GokigenYO! The game disappeared. Whoa, where'd you go? There you are. Hello, GokigenYO, Isla-sama desu. There we go. GokigenYO! GokigenYO, everybody! I look like a librarian right now. I think it's the glasses and the drip. And the hair. Oh, my hair is down. Hello, everybody. I'm Isla Coleman. Hello. Hi. I look nerdy. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Did I eat well? I ate well. I had vegetable stir fry for breakfast and some coffee. Iced coffee. Did I finish it? Oh, I didn't. Wait, I didn't finish it. Ah. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I think that's the occasion, the event for today. I'm not sure. St. Patrick's Day. What do you even do during St. Patrick's? March 17th. Oh, I missed it. It was yesterday. But it's 17 for everybody else, I guess. Or maybe not, because it's already 12 a.m. for some people. What do you even do in St. Patrick's Day? I just know about the leprechaun and the clover and the pot of gold with rainbows. Yeah. Oh, I'm not green today. I mean, I missed it anyway. I missed it anyway. I mean, it's the 18th. I missed it anyway. Get drunk? Okay. Time to act drunk. Is that you act drunk? Ireland de wa holiday nandakke? So ne, it's a holiday from Ireland. Eat a bowl of clovers, you'll get lucky. Somebody, please give me a bowl of clovers. I need to get lucky. Pinch non-green people. I'm so not green today. I'm feeling blue. What would it look like if I was green? Let's see. Customize model. I don't have a hint of green right now in my model. Let's see. Do I look different if I had green eyes? To be honest, I've seen like a few art where I have like green eyes. I recently like commissioned an art that I haven't showed you guys yet. But I recently commissioned an art and the artist drew me with like green eyes. What did it look like? Oh my god! Maybe this shade is better. Maybe this shade is better. Yeah, you know what? That works. Woo! Where's my eye? Oh my god, that's cursed. That's cursed. Okay, multiply screen, and then the other one. There we go. Paste, multiply, color. Oh my goodness, that looks like a character, but I can't. Looks like somebody. It looks like somebody. It looks like one character. I don't. It looks like a Lily from Pokemon. It's differently. Do I look like a different person? I just changed my eye color. Wait, let's remove the glasses. Maybe it's the glasses. Maybe I'm unrecognizable because of the glasses. Oh. Oh, and remove the thing too. Oh my gosh. Who's this VTuber? Who is this VTuber? Hi guys, I'm a newly debuted VTuber. Oh, yeah, so welcome to my channel. My name is Isla Greenman. I look more aggressive. Wait, where's my angry face? Angry face! Hmm? Narrow Claudius. Oh my gosh. Who is that? New Oshi unlocked? Am I really that replaceable to you? I change eye colors and I'm that replaceable to you? I'm sure the moment you find a blonde VTuber with green eyes, you're gonna Oshi hen. Wow. That makes me so sad. Sob, sob, sob. Cry, cry, cry. Can't punch you today. You got off lucky. I'm sorry. I have green eyes. I have green eyes. Doesn't fit with the outfit though. It's like the outfit's kind of blue. Let me remove the thing. You know what? That kind of fits. Nah. People are gonna be so confused. They're like, what'd you do to Isla Coleman? Not to mention the hair. The hair's different too. Should I put on the glasses? Oh my gosh, if you put on the glasses this way, it looks like I'm a nerd. But make it extra big and put it lower. Wow, fashionista. I'm a fashionista, baby. Enjoy the green eyes? You better enjoy the green eyes. I put on some high quality contact lenses just for this day. Isla's sister. No, my sister is the other Isla. Isla. Look like I work in the office. I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. Hair reminds me of someone. Your mother. Your grandmother. Somebody you met on the streets. An anime girl. Yeah, an anime girl. Not the way you look. Just the way you look tonight. Someday, when I'm awfully low, ba-ba-bum. The way you are, that makes you my Oshi. Tehe. I'm somebody's Oshi. Woo. There's anime girl in the streets. Yeah, as posters. Just as posters in Akihabara. Dead mom haircut. No, the dead mom haircut looks more like this. Wait. Nope. Looks more like this. Oh my gosh, Saber! Whenever I like toggle my hair like this, I'm just like, oh, it's Saber. The anime dead mom haircuts looks more like this. Wait, I'm grabbing the thing. Ponytail on the side. There we go. Oh shoot! Wait. Oh shoot! Wait. Attach. There we go. Oh, attach. It's not attaching itself very well. Ah. Something like this. Kind of like that. Oh, I have to put it in the back. I have to layer it on the back. Oh my god, what kind of VTuber are you? You can't even layer your assets properly. Quand il me prend dans ses bras, il me paraît tout là. Da 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 da. Il me dit des mots d'amour. Oh, there we go. Oh, I look kind of different with this hairstyle. Whoa. Look at that. I can't layer it to the front because of the weird like thingy here. I can at least put it here. Oh my god, why's my... There we go. Wait! Stop rotating yourself, glasses. I'm trying to have a moment here. There you go. Now this. Oh my gosh! Side ponytail? Side ponytail Isla Coleman? Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! That looks pretty cool! Saber, Nero, Saber, Altoria, Nero, Nero, Nero. FGO, FGO. Dead in episode 3 vibes. Come on, guys. I'll live up until episode 4, not 3. Whoa, this looks good as an alternate hairstyle. Holy moly! Just discovered something cool. And I put on the glasses. Oh my gosh. Wait. Look! Even the side ponytail's bouncing. Physics. Shinpachi? Who? Remind me, who's Shinpachi again? Save it? Oh, I gotta save this hairstyle, sure. It's pretty cool. But I don't have to edit it next time. Expression editor. No, wait, item. Looking smart. I am smart. I don't just look smart. I am smart. I am smart. Give me a second. Oh, from Gintama. Okay, okay. I was like, Shinpachi, that's a familiar name. The mom ponytail, you might get an early anime. I know. That's the purpose. Isla Coleman's gonna be out of the show by episode 4. Yes, Isla is always cool. Didn't think you needed to rediscover that. Preach. Wait, I'm saving this setting so I can have this hairstyle anytime I want. Item scene, item setting, item scene for hotkeys. Select. Dead mom hairstyle. Put my lap on the edge. Okay, I saved the setting. Oh, nyan? Cat mouth. Nyan. I don't like this face. I shouldn't be that happy. Anyway, I should lock the items now before they move. Lock items. There you go. Anyway, game? Game? We ended up chatting again. Oh my gosh, don't let this be the norm. Don't let this be the norm in the channel. We gotta start playing games, or else we cannot play a game. Anyway, happy St. Patrick's Day to people who are celebrating it. Alright, we were supposed to game. Yeah, I thought this was a customization stream. It's been like this for years. What? When was the last time I played a game and started immediately? And I think it's awkward. I don't know, I feel like it's awkward to just start the game immediately. It's like, hi guys, good morning. Okay, it's time to game. No chatting. Don't ask me about my feelings. Don't ask me. Don't talk to me. I'm just gonna play. Yapper syndrome. More like VTuber syndrome. I don't know. I feel like if I start the game without chatting to you, I feel like I'm neglecting you. And I don't wanna neglect you. I don't want to feel neglected. I don't want you to... Oh, that's the wrong expression. I don't want you to feel sad. I want you to feel alone. Ah, don't me. Don't me. Don't me. Don't me, huh? Huh? Sense to yap a bit to catch up. Do I have anything to catch up on? I don't know. I feel like we saw each other yesterday already, so there's nothing much to catch up on. Give me my mandatory 1 hour zatsudan. Okay, so let's talk about the weather. How's the weather for you guys? My weather is pretty cloudy outside actually. Pretty good. I'm never sad when I'm in your stream. I mean, have I made anybody sad? I guess I have. I guess I have in like the sadder streams. the sadder announcement streams. But on a normal basis, I don't really make anybody sad. I mean, I can make you sad. Okay, be sad for me. We aren't that needy. Please talk to us for another 20 minutes. Yes, I have no choice but to talk to you and give you the attention you need because you're so needy. Don't you know that? I feel like other VTubers would get mad because you're so needy, but luckily Isla Coleman is so generous. She's so giving. She's so kind. You're lucky. You're lucky. Then just when you didn't let us have fun because of the rules, I changed the chat rules. You can have fun now or not. We need to be sad for you to be happy. You still remember that? I take that back. Needy chat overload. There should be a game where streamers just like talk to their chat because they're so needy, and if you don't like Zatsu for them for 30 minutes, you're gonna get banned on YouTube. That's a good game idea. Write that down. You know what? I'm gonna copyright that game idea and make my own game. When she says Otsu Isla-sama deshita. It's an interesting game idea. Fun fact, it's based on real life because you guys are needy. Needy. With real chat integration. Mind blown. You know what? The next toggle that I want for my model on my next outfit, it should be a mind blown like toggle. Whenever I'm just like mind blown, like my brain would like open up like in between my forehead. The top would open and then my brain would be like visible and then it will explode. I don't think it's pleasant to see, but I think it's funny to see. Yeah, literally the mind blow. The mind blown emoji. Every time I see it, I'm like, that's such a funny looking emoji. Oh yeah, brain expansion. Yeah, maybe I should ask for that toggle, like the brain expansion. You know what? It's actually not a toggle. I could just like brain expand anytime. There's just a lot of steps to it. For example, there's just a lot of steps to it. Like this. Oh, my brain is expanding! Hi! What you looking at? What are you watching right now? What you doing? You got snacks for me? Oh my god, give me that whole sheet. Shake and Shanona. Oh my gosh, it looks like I've made this joke before, but she kind of looks like Lois from Family Guy. Pina. Wait, I think I have to do the. Oh, there we go. Pina. Ding dong! Food delivery! Oh wait, you know what would fit here? The cat mount. Party all night. Boom, 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 bum, bum, bum. Stare at us at monotone. I can't keep a serious face. Wait, look. I can't keep a serious face. It's funny when my face is so serious. I don't know why. What's the explanation? Hi. Oh my god, it's so low quality. Help! Help! Around the world, around the world, around the world. Your waifu is 2D! Look, I'm so 2D right now. Around the world, around the world, around the world. So circular. So low quality. Hey guys, welcome to my stream. Today, we're gonna play Stories from Seoul, the Gun Dog. Thank you for the stream elements. Give me a second to retrieve your donation. Thank you, someone. Isla with the big nose for once. Hey! Yeah, actually. VTubers have pretty small noses. But look at my nose here. Peanut! Okay, there we go. Would you watch my stream even if I look like this? Okay guys, it's time. It's time to play the game. Are we ready? We should go. We should start now. It's almost 30 minutes. I'm blocking the screen. I'm sorry. Endurance stream. How long until people click off my stream because this is the stream quality? Okay guys, it's time. Game? Yeah, we're gaming. Quick recap for the people who don't know what's happening right now in the game. We fought a robot and we defeated the robot. That's all you need to know. So we visited the neighboring spaceship, which it's the O'Brien, and then we found this robot and it started attacking us. That's the TLDR. What? Thank you, Drishbane. Sound alert sound Doko. Oh wait, no, you can hear it. It's just very, very small. The volume is very, very small. But don't worry, here's another blah. What? Thank you. Yeah, I guess the volume is small. Whoopsie. Gomenashori. Mashori. Why is it covered in cream? That's not cream. That's actually like, what is that? Material that it's like glue. No, it's like, yeah, it's material. Space material. It's space material. Yeah, it's space material that will not allow you to move. I forgot what it was. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the space terms. I like this game, but like when there's like too much description and dialogue, so I tend to like forget about the long explanation on what a specific space material do. Soundproofing foam. It's foam. Yeah, not glue. It's foam. It's foam. I mean, we can take a look. Maybe the game will explain to us. You grip the railing and lean forward, shifting yourself into a position where you can view as much of the machine and the surrounding mass of rock-solid foam. Okay, it's foam. It's foam. Just like the chief said, no signs of activity, no signs of life. So that's all you need to know. We visited the... Okay, last stream we visited the O'Brien, the neighboring spaceship. And then we found... Okay, there were no survivors. There were no survivors. But we found this robot and it started attacking us. And, yeah, it was gonna destroy our ship too. But, we defeated it with the foam. I don't know how they did it. Are you becoming blurrier? I need to blink more. I think you just need to blink more. I'm not that blurry. I don't think I'm that blurry. No, it's kind of like, I don't know. It helps with the experience, you know? 8-bit. The style, look at how the game is like in pixel. And I just wanted to be the same, you know? Pixelated styles, you know? Everyone watching this stream think they will need glasses. Oh, I have glasses. I have glasses. I have glasses. Actually, no, there's a better visual effect than this one. There's a better effect for it. 30 blinks per minute. Yes, true. No, there's a better effect. There's the pixel effect. Oh my gosh. Why do I have a single color? Wait. I gotta turn this off. Okay. And then pixel effect, color filter. Oh wow. Okay, how do I... Oh my gosh! Hey guys! Welcome to my stream. Oh, you know what? This looks cool. It looks crunchy. I look cool here. Put some color, some filter, some color filter. Censorship. I'm sorry, not everybody has to witness the beauty that is Isla Coleman. Oh, there's also like an FPS editor somewhere here. Oh my god! Look at my FPS. It fits! Fits the aesthetic! What's screen tearing? Oh my gosh, wait, no, yeah, let's not have the screen tearing effect. It's just low resolution, true. I mean... Immersion. For the immersion. Isla lag man. Hey guys! I only need like crunchy mic, but maybe that's going too far. No one's gonna enjoy the experience of watching me with a crunchy mic. I look like a glitch in the system. I am. Okay, maybe... Oh my gosh! Hello? Oh, the lag is too bad. 30 FPS. What do I look like in 30? You know what? 30 isn't that bad. Download more RAM! Download more RAM or else I'm gonna freeze! I'm gonna disconnect from your screen! Wow, this is so cool! Like the whole like FPS effect is so cool. The lag wasn't part of the effect? It is. Anyway, I'll go back to normal. Sorry for ruining the experience. Okay, I'm good. I'm good now. I'm back to normal. Anyway, what are we doing? Game? Aw, man. The DS version of a PS3 game. I'm too high quality now. 24 FPS? What does it look like? I came back and tested it again anyway. I always like playing around with the visual effects here in VTuber Studio. This is 24 FPS. It does look like a game. I thought we were cosplaying as a virus. I am the virus that you downloaded last night. I am a malware. Uninstall me right now. You know what? You know what? This is good. Maybe I just have to like decrease the pixel effect just a little bit. Yeah, you know what? This is good. This looks nice. And the colors are slightly toned down. They're kind of like muted. That's pretty. That's pretty. I'm pretty. I'm pretty. Evolution of that purple monkey. What's his name again? Bonzi Buddy. Yeah. Nyan? Nyan? I look like I could be part of the game. There we go. I decreased the frame rate a bit. Yeah, it fits. Yeah. Look like I'm part of the game. Hello, Chief. Hey, Chief. Got any more of those foam? You know what? I'll stick with this. I'll stick with this just because I'm feeling very experimental with the graphics, with how I look like today. Stay that way for the immersion. I know, right? Okay, bear with me. We're doing this for the immersion. Okay, game! We got a game! We gotta read! I gotta start reading! I even put on my reading glasses! Idea for a new thumbnail? I know, right? I could use this as next thumbnail. Isla Coleman DLC for sure. Every game needs an Isla Coleman DLC. Anyway, game. Your grip tightens as you remember your encounter with it. Even though you had not been the one piloting, being there whilst Hansen had fought tooth and nail just to stay alive had shown you how dangerous it was. How powerful. If it hadn't been for Dalton's foam rounds, which we used to defeat the robot, how much longer would Hansen have been able to hold out? The fact that it had been almost unstoppable until suddenly deactivating had started to nag at you as you started at it. Had it really been stopped, or was there something else going on? Yeah, oh yeah, the mystery here is that we don't know who's inside this unstoppable robot. So like, we tried fighting it, but it wouldn't go down. It really wouldn't go down. And we haven't found the hatch yet, the latch or whatever, where if there's a pilot in there or not, we don't know. No one knows. No one knows where this came from. Why did it come out to O'Brien? No one. So that's the mystery we're gonna tackle today. I hope. Yeah, there could be a pilot. We just don't know. It's unconfirmed. We could talk to Dalton. Maybe not. Okay, maybe we should. I wanna yap. A mystery object too. Yeah. Mystery object. Yeah, we just literally stopped this robot, and I think they didn't really like investigate it much. I don't know, cause they're gonna send it back, the robot to the planet. I forgot. Oh, need to refresh my mind on last stream. Yeah, and there's no survivors on the O'Brien, but we did see a ghost. I don't know if we're hallucinating. Yeah, we're gonna bring Europa. We're gonna bring this robot back to Europa. So that's what happened last stream. Hey, Dalton! You shout across... Oh, shout. Hey, Dalton! You shout across the hangar as you shove off the railings towards him, hoping that by giving him the cadet as much notice as possible, you won't spook him. Lieutenant! How can I help, ma'am? You sighed inwardly. Although he wasn't alarmed or shocked, you could tell he was more nervous than usual. Nothing to worry about, cadet. Just part of the patrol. Making sure to check in on everyone. Oh yeah, by the way, our neck was broken too. Or injured. And they're still expecting us, the captain still expects us to do our job. This is like any other job, to be honest. Very true to life. Bathe in cream. It's actually foam. It's actually foam, not cream. How are you doing? Oh, I'm doing alright, Lieutenant. Thank you. Are you sure? It didn't seem possible for Dalton to be more apprehensive, but looking at him now, you could see something eating away at him. Are you sure about that, Cadet? Well, in the span of half a sentence, Dalton goes from a bundle of nervous energy to totally deflated. I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's gone wrong, and it keeps getting worse, and I have to be here all alone with that thing, and I'm scared, and I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Hey, Dalton, it's alright. Don't. Taken aback, you tentatively move towards the cadet, raising your arm to lay a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Oh, he's crying! That's a new sprite. Oh no. He's crying! No! Dalton bats your hand away, simultaneously wiping his eyes with his sleeve, smearing tears across his face. No, I'm fine, ma'am. I was just, sorry. I'm just a little bit stressed about it, and it's been tough, but I need to fix the... You move forward again. But before you can reach him, he spins, preparing to kick off the Juno towards the crates on the other side of the hangar. Oh. Sorry, I panic every time there's a timer. Grab him. Get a hold of yourself, cadet. Anchoring yourself with one hand, you reach out with the other, grabbing the back of his jumpsuit a second before he can get away. No, ma'am, I've got to go and do the... I gotta... You strain for a moment against the force of his momentum, but your grip holds and you draw him back to you. Ma'am, I just... Dalton, it's alright. Having done nothing to stop himself, the force of you pulling Dalton back leaves him to slowly float into your chest. It's gonna be okay. I wonder what happens when the timer runs out. Does it pick at random or the fail state? I don't know. We actually never saw what happens if the timer runs out. Or maybe there's a separate dialogue for it. Now I'm curious. Maybe the next time that's like not too tense. The next time we make a choice and it's not too tense, we'll just let the timer run. As Dalton floats limply in silence, you keep your grip on him but don't say anything, not wanting to push him before he's ready. I'm sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get so worked up. It's just been a really stressful day and I'm finding it a bit tough. I could imagine. You move back slightly, giving yourself enough space so that you can look Dalton in the eyes. Or you would if he wasn't dejectedly avoiding eye contact. Hey, cadet, like I said, it's alright. This job's not that easy at the best of times. It's fine to be stressed out. No, but I really shouldn't be. You release your grip on his jumpsuit, laying the hand on his shoulder instead. Come on now, it's fine. You're right. It's been a really stressful day. We're all feeling the pressure right now, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. If we're being honest, I'd be more worried about anyone on the ship who's not feeling the strain. But the chief and the captain and you... Trust me, cadet. Everyone is feeling it at the moment. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Turning away from you to look at the strange machine among the mass of foam at the other side of the hangar, the trainee engineer sighs despondently before looking back at you. But how do you all deal with this? You can't help but smile at Dalton's question. I wish I could tell you. Oh. But hey. You move your hand from Dalton's shoulder, instead patting him reassuringly on the arm. You're doing good work. I know it's tough, but just focus on what you've got to focus on. Let's worry about the rest, okay? Thank you, ma'am. I'll do my best. That's all you can do, cadet. Letting another deep sigh out, Dalton turns back to the engine module he'd been preparing to remove, grabbing onto a handle sticking out of an open maintenance hatch with one hand and rubbing his still teary eyes with the back of the other. I should really be... Of course, no problem. Okay, let's go. I don't know what I have to do. Let's look at the task. Security check. Oh yeah, I still have to do my job after that traumatizing event. I love my job. I love my life here in space. Fire control. We haven't seen the guy doing the fire control, the DJ looking guy. The gamer, no, the music lover guy. We haven't seen him last stream too. Oh my gosh. You'd been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain, and with you being up to speed with what was going on in the hangar meant fire control was your next stop. As you step into a small room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Dylan! Hey, Lieutenant. Did they send you to check up on me? Why is he angry? Just a standard security patrol, that's... Oh, Deez. I forgot his name is Deez. How's it all going? The normally placid warrant officer rolls his eyes, theatrically slumping back in his chair and gesturing to the monitors all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with the long-range targeting system is even worse than before, so I can't actually do anything unless we've got a target in visual range. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. So, you know, living the dream. I don't know if he's sarcastic about it. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I know. Same thing as before, just worse. That's how the enemy got the drop on us. We didn't know they were there until they were right on top of us. Otherwise, I might have been able to get some shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against that machine at least. Not like the point defense cannons were any use. I swear, I almost got it so many times, but it moved faster than the cannons could, and even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where it'd be. With a groan, Dylan slides further into his chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances over all the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyway, the long-range targeting system is almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it got way worse when that thing showed up. I've tried asking the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything going on, so like... He looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. It is what it is, you know? Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their focus slightly as he rotates past them. So what's up with you, Lieutenant? Got pretty gnarly out there, huh? You alright? You take a moment to rub your neck. My injured neck! You notice it was beginning to stiffen and the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully whatever the doctor had given you would hold out for a few more hours. Oh yeah, speaking of the doctor, we also haven't seen the doctor too last stream. Yeah, not too bad, Deez. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah? I could see Hansen's Juno through the cameras. Pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. Must have been really hanging on in there. Hi Isla, why are you pixelated? I don't know, I'm just feeling pixelated today, you know? You think back to how you'd been thrown around the cockpit by some of Hansen's stunts. The experience of clinging on to the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to relive soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty wild out there. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't do more to help you with the Gundog's weapons, you know? Just everything was way too slow. You smiled and waved your hand subtly to dismiss Dylan's concern. Don't worry about it, Deez. Couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? A silence hangs between the two of you, and you're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes and speaks in a hushed tone. So like, what's that thing, Lieutenant? What happened on the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got the pilot yet? You place your hand on your hips before shifting your weight onto one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling deeply, you break the eye contact and look around the room at the monitors, finally looking back at Dylan, who sits there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Deez, I got no idea. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces, and then came for the Gundog, and nothing we've got seems to have been able to scratch it. Dylan lets out a loud sigh, making his frustration obvious. Ugh, great, okay. It's making me feel like it's my fault. Not my fault I made a robot, a mass destruction weapon robot to destroy my own ship. Okay, it's not my fault. Well, thanks anyway, ma'am. Guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Sure. I'll check in on you later, Deez. With that, Dylan turns back to the walls of the monitor and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting his shifting views on some screens and altering the focus on others. Okay, I'ma go then. Go to the engineering. Engineering. You pass through the stillness of the aft thoroughfare and head into the thrumming depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look around for any signs of the chief, starting with the catwalks and workstations above you, then the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below you. Hey, Chief! Chief! Are you in here? Chief! Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout, Chief! You wait for a moment, but with no response forthcoming, you decide that you can be sure the chief isn't in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on your search for Chief Cathays, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through your mental list of checks that make up your patrol's report. As far as you can tell, everything seems in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. Okay, I'ma go. Deliver report to the captain. I'ma go now. Alright, bye. Wait, we should check up on our girlfriend, Cassie. Whatever happened to her? Oh my gosh. Central hub? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Well, I guess I've taken a look at everywhere I need to. I guess it's time to report to the captain. Unless there's something I'm forgetting to check out. Yeah. I gotta check up on our girlfriend. Crew quarter corridor. Move to Cassandra's quarters. After you input the passcode to Cassie's quarters into the terminal outside of her quarters, the door slides open smoothly and you step inside. She's not here! You quickly glance around the room. You see that Cassie isn't here, meaning she's likely still in sickbay. Oh, we should go to the sickbay then. Ah, she's not here. I'm not done yet! Door side. Central. Sickbay. And live like this, shit lives like that. Even before the elevator's doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh brightness of the sickbay sliding. The powerful aroma of disinfectant wafts into the elevator as the door slides open, and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these features of the sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. As always, everything appears in order, although you quickly notice that the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left of the room, you see a light illuminated above the doorway leading to the surgery wing, with its large gallery window having taken on a frosted effect, obscuring the view of the inside beyond some vague shapes. The door had been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hansen to wait for the necessary procedure that now seemed to be underway. Looking back to the beds, you see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably. Oh my god, Cassie's alive! She'd been fast asleep when you and Hansen were brought in, to the point where you wondered if she'd been sedated. But now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Cassie! Cassie! Is everything alright? You lay your hand on your shoulder and take her hand in yours. Oh, she's there. Hey, Cassie. Can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, Isla. How's the mission? Did everything... Yeah! Oh my gosh. What's wrong? As she lets out a scream, Cassie yanks her hand away from yours, bringing it up to her head and using it alongside her free hand as if trying to hold her head together. Oh my gosh. As completely overtaken by pain, Cassie trashes around on the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing herself off it. Hey, Cassie, it's alright. It's gonna be okay. You look around in panic, unsure of what to do. Your first instinct is to get Dr. Rosarian, but as he's in the middle of a surgical procedure, you don't think he'd be able to drop everything just to come to Cassie. Cassie, did the doctor leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Yeah! Cassie, come on, anything? Pills! On the counter! Yeah! Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the countertop where you can see a half-spent blister of tablets atop a box of more of the same. You grab a nearby small glass, fill it with water from the hand washing station, and then take it and the tablets over to Cassie. Hey, Cassie. Cassie, wake up and take these. Come on. You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her to an upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Hey, honey. These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Cassandra, still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh, yeah. The doctor said they'd help with the headaches. Dreamily, she places two in her mouth, and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it off her, you lower her back down onto the bed. Thanks, sweetie. You remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen into the same heavy slumber that she was in when you were brought down here earlier. You squeeze her hand before turning to leave, but before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your day. Before she can finish the sentence, Cassie slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Cassie, goodbye. It's time to make a report. But before I make my report, it's time to drink water. Whew, hydration time. Okay. Good to go. Bridge time. Whew. You step off the elevator and enter the bridge to the sound of a trill, beeping coming from a control panel. Stood over the panel, typing hurriedly on the keyboard is Vanessa. She looks over to you with a start before turning back to the keyboard and quickly entering more commands. After a few seconds of typing, she aggressively hits the enter key, which silences the beeping and turns quickly to you, looking slightly flushed. And what do you want, Lieutenant Coleman? At this point, you no longer have the energy to mask your exasperation and let out a sigh as you pinch the bridge of your nose between your thumb and forefinger. I'm just carrying out a standard patrol, Lieutenant Lord, making sure everything's in order following the battle. Is everything okay up here? You lean slightly to try to see what was being displayed on the screen above the panel Vanessa had just been using, but was now stood in front of. Stepping sideways to block your view, Vanessa reaches back to the keyboard without turning around and enters a quick series of buttons presses that shifts the display to something else. Of course you're on patrol! I suspected you wouldn't be here to give your post-mission report like you're supposed to. It'd be too much to expect the Gundog's hero, the dashing Lieutenant Coleman, to actually follow protocol for once. But then again, with how I had to remind you of procedure when the power went out, I suppose you might not be willfully ignorant of how you're supposed to act. It could be that you're just plain ignorant instead. You feel a familiar rising tide of anger within you, a feeling that for most of your career had been limited to encounters with Hansen, but was now becoming much more common with every conversation you had with Vanessa. You do know you're supposed to report to the mission overseer immediately after you're dismissed from sickbay for debriefing, right? Any remaining desire you had to check in on the bridge, and Lieutenant Lord was swiftly leaving you. Yes, Lieutenant, thank you. I am aware of the procedure, but I'm under direct orders from the captain to begin a constant patrol. Besides, I would have assumed that someone as capable as yourself would have been able to get the general picture of what had happened on the O'Brien without me needing to tell you. Or was the battle outside the ship and the giant machine currently in our hangar not obvious enough? If Vanessa had picked up on the barb in your query, she wasn't acknowledging it. Captain's orders, huh? For all those are worth. Although you'd initially assumed Vanessa's general aggression was just a personality deficiency. Personality deficiency. Her increasingly open hostility to the ship's command structure was beginning to stand out to you as something more than just unmanaged anger issues. You make a mental note to bring it up with the captain at the next opportunity. Lucky for you, Lieutenant, I'm more than capable enough to pick up your slack, and I've already gone through the communication logs, the Juno's flight data. I'm also in the process of reviewing the O'Brien's black box information. Oh yeah, we took home the black box. You know, I'm actually pretty impressed. I assume you've been playing the hero because a certain someone was involved, but even I'll admit that it must have taken guts to wait for Hansen to get back to the Juno. Or was it that you knew you didn't stand a chance if you tried to pilot that Juno on your own, Ah, gosh, Vanessa, I hate you. You roll your eyes. You'd been surprised that Vanessa was giving you something that was coming close to a compliment, but of course it had to be second-guessed in the very next breath. Look, Lord. And another thing, I've got to hand it to your quick thinking skills when it came to commanding Ensign Chris during that battle. Without your decision to get Cadet Grange involved, things might have turned very differently for the Gundog. Still, it's a lot easier to just sit back and tell people what to do than to actually do it yourself, right? She's like Gordon Ramsay. She gives a compliment but then takes it back by saying something mean. Oh, you have the best dish in a land full of garbage. Something like that. A lot less pressure on you. You're about to snap back at Vanessa, but your exhaustion wins out against her anger and you swallow your words. Well, Lord, I'm glad that you put your talents to good use and managed to get the assessment done without me. I've got orders to carry out, so if you don't mind, I'll be leaving. Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. I wouldn't want to keep you from your important work. Keep it up. I'm sure your commitment to your duty will be rewarded very soon. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she's not being a tsundere at all. She's just being a mean girl. Unwilling to put up with Vanessa's consistent contempt for much longer, you mumble a vague goodbye and turn back towards the elevator. Okay, when am I gonna get my report out? Hello? Am I supposed to go to the captain's quarters? Deliver a report to the captain. Am I supposed to go to her quarters? I thought she was at the bridge. I'm not a tsundere. I'm just a girl who really despises you. That's the kind of energy she's giving right now. That's a bad tsundere at this point, even if that's what they're going for. Yeah, I don't think she's a tsundere. She's just a girl who really hates you. Okay, where am I supposed to meet the captain? Feels really weird to meet her at her quarters. Okay, there we go. Report to the captain. Well, I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I've finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, we did meet her at the quarters. Oh, weird. You find yourself stood outside her familiar insignia-marked door. Is the captain drunk again? I hope not. You're about to knock to announce yourself, but before you can, you instead move your hand to cover your mouth as you let out a loud yawn. You stop midway through your exhaustion, interrupted by a twinge of pain in your neck as you raise your arm. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're feeling now. It seems like the painkiller the doctor had given you was beginning to wear off. Oh no. You sigh, which quickly turns into the previously interrupted yawn. The tiredness which you'd been doing your best to ignore since you'd returned to the Gundog was now hitting you hard, and you were suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. Oh my gosh, yeah, give me a break! I just fought... Well, I didn't fight it, but I was there during the big fight with that weird robot, and I was injured. and they sent me to do patrolling work. Why can't I get a job? I mean, a break from my job. Sounds like being 30 years old. Maybe the main character is 30 years old. I don't know. But no, our main character was injured. Please let her rest. As you feel exhaustion spread through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over the security detail while you got some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Knock knock! Enter. You hear the captain announce from the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Coleman. Have you finished your patrol? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And? You release the breaths slowly. Conversations with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seemed to put into them, and right now you felt the very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge, and the engine room, aside from the existing issues with the long-range communication systems, sensors, and NPAs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of our battle with that craft, we can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order? You clench your jaw to stifle a yawn as you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex that serves as her bedroom. Oh, I would love to take a rest and nap at your bed, Captain. You find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn, willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish for the day and pass the torch to someone else. No, don't give me orders after this. Please don't give me orders. Oh, please don't give me orders. I want you to head to the sickbay and get an update on Ensign Chris. Why does it always have to be Chris? Why can't you have anyone? Isn't Haru Chris's partner? Why can't you get Haru to do that? Oh my god! I was at the battle too. You tense up again, the prospect of immediate rest now pulled out from under you. Ensign Chris, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I'd previously spoken to Dr. Rosarium, he'd advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Chris should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Chris on his new responsibilities, but I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor. She's trying to ship us with him. Oh no! Oh no! So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to the sickbay to find out what the delay is. Understood? You'd allow your weariness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you'd reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it almost felt overwhelming. With a cerulean, Herculean effort that you hide from your captain, you throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. You maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters, but as the door closes behind you, it's all you can do to not slump to the floor. The glass is too big? Cause if my glasses are small, it doesn't look good. Okay? Okay, it doesn't look good. Okay, I'm gonna make the glasses small. Look! It doesn't look good. But oversized glasses are so fashionable. Oh my gosh, they're pinned to my bangs. Wait. Make it tiny. How can I read with this? I know some characters with like tiny glasses, like just on the bridge of their nose like this. But how can you even read like this? Oh my gosh, I adjusted my hair too. Wait. Oh gosh. There we go. Okay, now lock the items and go back. Mini glasses. I don't have a mini glasses. I only have big glasses. Confirmed wig. Yeah, I'm actually balding in real life. I'm bald. No, not balding. I'm bald. I have no hair. That's why I wear a wig every stream. Do you notice that every time I change outfits, my hairstyle also changes? Isla Coleman, why don't you have a consistent hairstyle? That's because I'm bald. That's why I have a bunch of wigs that I wear depending on my mood, depending on my outfit. So yeah, that's the truth behind Isla Coleman. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but yeah, I hope you can accept me for who I am. Anyway. Getting distracted again. This must be the last thing she has for me to do today. There's no way. You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. Alright, ikuzo. Yeah, your whole life has been a lie. I'm actually bald. I'm actually bald. I didn't want to admit it, but I couldn't hide it any longer. I couldn't hide it from you guys. Megane for a reason, yeah. I don't know, small glasses wouldn't fit me. Sorry, big anime girl eyes require big glasses. Yeah. Don't worry, even if you're bald in real life, it's okay. I accept you too. Just as how you accept I'm bald too. It's okay. Or even if you have a collection of wigs, then we can share wigs together. I think that's very romantic. Head pat with no hair. Yeah, wouldn't that make my head more head patable if I had no hair? Bald love! Wig love! Wig snatched. My heart snatched. Anyway. What was I gonna do? If we like talk about like a completely different topic, I'm just like so distracted. I'm like, oh my god, what do I have to do in the game again? Oh, help my short attention span. Oh my goodness. Let's go to Forsyth Thoroughfare. Let's go to Central Hub. Let's go to sickbay. Eh? Oh? Animation. That's the first time I've seen like a door opening here in this part. It's fun to talk about pretty girls' hair though. Yeah, I have silky smooth hair. You wanna know what my shampoo is? It's I actually don't know. I have to check. I just know that my shampoo is like lavender scented because I love lavender. I love the scent of lavender so much. And lavender is also my favorite color. It's the color of my room too. Anything lavender is good. No, it's not honey. Honey, sugar, flour, 2 eggs, whisk it together, bake it in the oven 350 Fahrenheit for 12 minutes. Yummy, yummy. Lavender vanilla. Okay, there's a difference. I actually don't like lavender vanilla. At one point, I bought this like air conditioner freshener thingy, the scent that you hang on your AC, and it's vanilla lavender scented. I hate it. I hate the smell of vanilla, but lavender on its own is good. I don't know. So yeah, I just know I forgot the brand. But like it has it's lavender scented, and it has like rosemary oil too. Wow, rosemary oil. Whoa. Yeah. It's for like because like some shampoos have like different effects on your head, right? There's like anti-dandruff, anti-hair fall, or something. I have like the strengthening, hair strengthening. It's just called strengthening, just because I deal with hair fall as well. Not by a lot after using that specific shampoo, but like before when I didn't have that lavender shampoo, like the hair fall was pretty bad. Oh my goodness. Is that mostly advertising? No, I believe it's real. I believe it's real. I believe it's real. No, I think the one I use is real. It did strengthen my hair. I did notice like less hair fall. I'm balding. Wait, I tell you, I'm bald. You think I would lie to you like this? Think I would lie on the internet? A dandruff anti. I don't struggle with dandruff, just hair fall, and I think I'm good. People lose an average of 100 hairs per day, though. Yeah, but that still concerns me. Every time I see like hair fall on the floor, I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I need to do something about this. Vanilla is almost nauseating for some reason. I hate the scent of vanilla so much. It makes me so sick. Alice, a middle-aged man. Actually, I'm a bald middle-aged man. Sorry you had to find out this way. I use a voice changer too. Okay, this is proof that I don't lie on the internet. I'm gonna come out with the truth. I'm bald. I'm middle-aged. Actually, I'm not even middle-aged. I'm in my 40s. And I use a voice changer. And my name is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It's one impressive voice changer. What can I say? Technology. Technological advances in the year 2020 allows me to be a cute anime girl on the internet. Anyway, sorry to interrupt the game and the conversation. I have to go on an idol meeting. Wait, where's the Isla Bwed? Isla Bwed. She's not forever 16. I'm forever 16. I was just joking. I was just messing with ya. I'm actually forever 16. Don't believe my words. That serves as a lesson to not believe everything you see on the internet. Because I could be lying that I'm a middle-aged man, but in reality, I'm just a 16-year-old teenager. Ho 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 ho. I've been lying about the diet. Yeah, I eat 6,000 calories per day. to maintain my body weight and my body mass and my muscles. Yeah, I'm very muscular. You want to hear my muscles? Bam, bam. I'm slapping my arm right now. I'm flexing on you. You can't see it, but I'm flexing on you. My muscles have so much muscle mass and veins. Yeah. So if you ever need a girl to protect you, you know who to call. Isla Coleman. Anyway, I gotta pee. Idol meeting. Be right back. I'm back! Oh my gosh, wait, I gotta put my phone back. Gotta put my phone back! I gotta put my phone back. There we go. Hello, citizens of Earth. Welcome back. Or, I am back. You're not gonna believe who was talking in chat seconds ago. Oh my god, I got a back read. Isla Coleman was in my chat? Oh my god, I can't believe it! Isla Coleman was in my chat and I missed her! Horrible, horrible timing! I missed Isla Coleman! Shoot! This was a very, very, very rare occurrence of her visiting my stream. I feel so unlucky. Yeah, Isla Coleman visited my chat while I was away. Oh, it makes me so sad. Anyway, let me just drink water and we'll read more walls of text. Let's go! Ah. Woo! Alright. Ikuzo. Let's go. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push up the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes, to shield them from the harsh glare you know will come from the sickbay lighting. Flashbang. As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your attention is the glitter. A glitter-like shimmer from the floor at the far side of the room. Did you wash your hands? I washed my hands. You want to smell my hands? Yeah. Smells like my hand soap. You like it? It's clean. It's clean. 99.9% of bacteria killed. Died. Okay? You don't have to worry about me. Once your vision has adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off the fragments of broken glass that are scattered all over the floor. Oh my god! It's a dead body! Oh my gosh. It's a dead body. A class trial is about to start. Oh no. Doctor! Oh my gosh. Slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarium. As you approach him, the dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remains open, staring straight downwards, but devoid of light. What? He's dead! Doctor! Damn it! You quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! Seeing her lying still, you move swiftly over to check that she's alright and feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rise and fall. A shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on the broken blood. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be Hansen! You hold your breath, waiting for a single second, then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise coming from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim at where the noise behind you had come from. All you have time to process is a fist flying. Fist! Oh my god, give me a break. Fist flying towards you, striking you square on the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. Within a second, you're... What? You're unconscious. What? What the frick happened here? Wake up, Lieutenant. It's Lord. It's Vanessa. I said wake up, Lieutenant. I knew it! It's Vanessa! Asleep on the job! You and your girlfriend are too much alike! Lord... What? Finally! I was beginning to think that you decided to copy our Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Can you tell that because of the use of italics? I just had a gut feeling. I don't know. I just had a gut feeling that it was Vanessa. Weird. I was right. Cassie! Is she... In the same moment that you sit up quickly, a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull and you wince. Gritting your teeth. Okay, I gotta drink water. Yeah, in case you didn't know, every time my character says gritting my teeth, it's water time. And squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden movement if I were you. We found you knocked flat out on the floor of the sickbay. Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Whoa, he's dead. Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you hit the floor. Dr. Rosarium, he's... Oh my gosh! There's an imposter among us! Who could have done this? What? Is it Chris? I would be disappointed if it was Hansen. I genuinely hoped he was a good guy. You must not have a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough! What about Commander Kin? Is she... What? You don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look Vanessa straight in the eyes, your face a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how Commander Kin is doing, Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. We've moved her to her quarters for the time being, to keep her secure. Good. Okay. You rest your elbows on your knees and place her head in your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck and into your forehead. What happened? I went into the sickbay and saw Dr. Rosarium at his desk. Went over to Commander Kin and then... You remembered spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you. But you hadn't managed to get a look at them before they knocked you out. Shoot! Who is our suspect? What? Time to throw Vanessa in space just to be sure. I don't think it's Vanessa. As much as I hate Vanessa, not gonna lie, I feel like it's not her. Cause like she wants us to be on her team when she wants to overthrow the captain. So our current suspect is the chief, Chris, which we were supposed to check up on him on the sickbay, but he wasn't there. Who else? Haru? We haven't seen Haru. Oh my god. Where did Haru go? So there's Haru and who else? The pilot. The pilot in that one robot we fought. It could be that. I'm pretty sure it's not Dalton. No way it's Dalton. I refuse. My opinion of Dalton changed. Yeah, we only saw Haru like 2 streams ago. 2 Gundog streams ago. Like back in the introduction. Oh my gosh. I think it's interesting that it's an Among Us situation. Now I'm curious. The chief, yeah, the chief. But I doubt it. The chief has been good. The chief is a good lady. I don't think she would do that. But then, strong enough to knock us out. Chief looks strong. She has a lot of muscles. But then again, we were so tired anyway, so I think a light punch would like get us knocked out. Interesting. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, unsigned Chris was in the surgery wing walking up after his procedure. Okay, so maybe it's not Chris. I hope so. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit an emergency alarm. Okay, yeah, he's good. Although whoever it was managed to escape before Chris could make his way out of the surgery wing or anyone else could get there. That makes it twice that he saved you this mission. Shut up! I don't want to be saved! Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead? You roll your eyes at the thought while cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival was becoming an uncomfortably common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns and you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. With our head of security taking a nap, so it's my fault! Wow! So it's my fault! Taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance to investigate. But don't you worry, Lieutenant Coleman. We got Ensign Chris and Rumney taking care of the security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone else wants to enter. Maybe it was Dylan. He got sick of all these jokes. These jokes. Dylan has been acting weird. He's not himself. But then again, he was on high alert because he wasn't able to really defend the ship much. But I don't know. He's suspicious too. Ugh, interesting. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. If Captain Bartholomew doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by to check in on your recovery? You shoot Vanessa's stern expression, raising her eyebrow but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system, our doctor is dead, our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action. For the foreseeable future, we've got a hostile craft sat in our hangar. And with all this going on, our captain's guidance is to just lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, do you think she'd go with a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what you getting at? Yeah, she wants to be the captain! She wants to overthrow the captain. Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed on current events in case you needed to make any decisions. That's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers to you. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and pull a small fragment of glass from where it had been lodged in between the box's tabs. Fragments of glass. From the sickbay. Yeah, I'm expecting the mutiny to happen soon. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant. Soon. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. Oh! Without saying anything else, she exits her room and steps into the corridor beyond, with the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa is gone, you take the opportunity to look over to the packet again before placing it down next to you on your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Urgh! Despite how gingerly you'd risen to your feet, the pain in your neck had still reappeared before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their packaging, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. You slowly lie back down on the bunk, resting your head on your pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarium was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although now that you think about it, the disarray in the sickbay was very similar to what... True! Oh! I forgot about that. The sickbay on the O'Brien was also a miss. Oh my goodness gracious. Interesting turn of events. What happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into the exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you were awake, you knew the first thing you'd be doing was visiting Cassandra. Same background? Ugh. Yeah, the nutrition drink. Yeah. It was all over the floor. Like, the theory was that all the nutrition drink was inside the robot. Like, the pilot was consuming the nutrition drink inside the robot that we had defeated. But nothing is confirmed. Attack the support first? Yeah. No doctors to heal. Oh man, interesting. Yabai! Interesting. I don't know why, it's kind of like Danganronpa. There's a dead body and we have to find out who the culprit is. Interesting. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Coleman awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Kin to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Last trial time. Lieutenant Coleman's quarters, the Jovian Patrol Ship JFS Gundog. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seems that some bed rest was all that you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you'd gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts and you'd not received any orders via your terminal. A sign, you hoped, that everything was going well. What if we wake up and there's another dead body? Oh! Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. Okay. Stepping out into the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the four-side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over loudspeakers. Attention! A dead body has been found! You instantly recognize it as Vanessa despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Oh! Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing? You quickly make it through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. You run your keycard through a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step out onto the bridge. The three of them. Where you'd expect to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. What? Oh, hello? Stream? Stream? Nail! 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 Are we back? Refresh! Refresh! Attention cadets, refresh your browsers. It seems we had a slight technical hiccup from YouTube. Okay, we're back. Okay, so in case you missed it, instead of seeing the captain, we saw Vanessa sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. I will not kneel. Kneel! Kneel for me! Well, maybe not. YouTube being scuffed again? Yeah, I didn't receive any error from Streamlabs. Weird. And if it was an internet issue, then my model should be lagging, but it's not. Anyway, Mutiny arc begins. Lieutenant Coleman, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait there until the rest of the crew joins us. Oh, okay, there's more people. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone's here, Lieutenant. What happened? What happened? What happened to the captain? What happened? What happened? Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going? Take it easy, Lieutenant. Hi, Haru. It's been a while. Ensai Romney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt. What? Something blunt? Thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's small pranks when you first came aboard, this isn't a pen. What is that? Oh darn. You'd better listen to what Ensign Romney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and they don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. Ugh. Hansen. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. What's happening? Chris should know. He's speaking from experience. You glance down and see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. What? Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Oh, they got to access the armory? What the heck? Vanessa, what the hell are you? She told you to wait, ma'am. You'd gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. What the hell is going on? You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you and we'll both have a good time. Isla-sama's quality? Yeah. I'm pretty low quality today. You gotta bear with me. It's for the immersion. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down to the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the doors open, revealing Dalton. Dalton is part of the team! Okay, I'm glad. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's all good. Dalton is part of the team. Revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard an announcement, and that's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Yes, ma'am. Will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with a silent fury. All you get as his response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remained silent. It's good that you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Oh, Dalton, so precious. Oh, please keep this man away from any harm. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway, though. Ma'am? Oh. You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirrup as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan! Oh my god, is Cassie gonna be left out? Oh my god. We're gonna have to make a choice between Vanessa and Cassie. I'm calling it right now. Yabai zo! Yabai zo! Oh my gosh. I don't have a good feeling about this. I don't have a good feeling about this. I feel like she's not gonna choose Cassie to join in on her new crew. Shoot. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks at you all, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. Doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively still. Oh my gosh. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbows on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Waiting for the captain to arrive? They're leaving Cassie out? What? Wait, what? Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. You can see the chief mull over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by a now familiar chirrup of an access request. Okay, yeah, maybe okay, I hope they're not leaving her out. I hope not. Yeah, maybe she's just sick. I hope she's just sick. Oh my gosh. Good with that filter things. It's for the immersion. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating in the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Shoot! It's happening! Just like the chief, Dalton, and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it is my seat after all. It's taking over! Oh my gosh. It's happening. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Oh! Careful, Bartimeus. Oh! Shoot! What's happening? You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out viper quick, and he grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Christ! You release me immediately! Christ, you idiot, you! Hey. How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? She has a gun! Yabai! Yabai! Drama! Stepping away from you, Haru reveals a handgun they'd been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Coleman, detain these three immediately! You move your hand towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. Shoot! Oh, this is gonna change the trajectory of the story! Shoot! Yabai! To be fair, she was an awful captain. Yeah, she didn't really do much and then she was drunk. Plus, the mystery behind the report. She's to blame for our trauma, okay? How much do we trust Vanessa? Not very much, but I don't trust the captain either. She still hasn't explained herself from the attack in the other I forgot something trike something the flight with Chris back then. She was responsible for the attack. What about what happened to the O'Brien? I know, right? Is Vanessa even qualified to make decisions? Probably not. But then again, where was the captain when the gun dog's system was shut down, right? You really gotta ask that question. Where was the captain when the emergency system was shut down? She was just drinking. And where was she during the attack of the O'Brien? Vanessa was mostly the one in control. I don't know. Okay, I just want to see what happens if I don't follow the captain's orders. Oh my gosh. Why can't we be the new captain? Because everybody hates us in this ship. I doubt that we would get Vanessa and Chris to listen to us. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what happens if we ignore. Let's see. You look from the captain to Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. You'd already seen Haru's gun, but now you can also see Hansen producing a weapon out of his jacket too. Shoot! In a measured and slow movement, you take your hand away from your electroshock weapon and cross your arms in defiance of the captain's order. Yabai. Lieutenant Coleman, what do you think you're doing? I gave you an order! I'd say they're making the best decision of their entire career. I won't stand for this. All of you are. Chris? Yes, ma'am. Within the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. I feel bad! Shoot! Oh my god, I feel bad now! Oh my god! Oh my god! Chris! Slow down, Lieutenant. Oh my god! The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Oh my gosh. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Oh my... Stop it! Stop! It's not like you didn't have this coming, Bartermuse. Hansen reaches down to the captain and grabs her by the collar, dragging her back to her feet. Oh. Just as she regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and releasing her, sending her lurching backwards before she falls to the floor. What? I wonder if that other decision was just a game over where you get shot. I wonder what would happen. Shoot. Okay, I'm glad I saved during the decision, so like we can always just come back at them. Just as she regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and really. I already read this one. Chris, that's enough! Damn it, Chris, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Chris. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any other objections. He's gone! Yeah, bye! Yeah, bye! That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks into the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7. Announce myself as the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9 on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my... You know what? She could have killed the captain! She could have killed the cat. No, not the captain. The doctor. She could have killed the doctor. It makes sense now. Wait. Yeah. Captain or second in command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances, as we currently don't have a doctor on board. She could have killed the doctor. Mind blown! Forced to make this assessment? It could have been Haru, but Vanessa commanded Haru to do it, because Haru has access to the guns, to the armory. Show it! In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. What? Even Cassie? Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm going to tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug at Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. Yabai! If you'd care to let me explain, we are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord! The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... Ugh! Oh! With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who was still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by her. No, Dalton! Oh! Oh my gosh! As I was saying, it's clear that both Mirs Bartimeus and Cassandra Kin are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship's operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartimeus and Kin are traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Kin be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide that he knew too much? Not only is Kin a traitor, she's a murderer too. Okay, that we don't know. That I can say that I don't think Kin killed Rosarium. She was unconscious. And she's not really caught up with the events. Why would she kill him? Right? Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, since you were the one that brought the gun dog back online, and were with unsigned Chris during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Kin means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do. What? Okay, now she's just yapping nonsense. After all, unsigned Chris didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder except for you and Kin. How could I have... Man! Very suspicious. Still, for now, it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I am announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Marius Bartholomews, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew who shifts nervously. Oh man. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Oh man. Don't worry. I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, it isn't about the captain. It's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds like an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth, and I drink water. You grit your teeth and breathe in. What happens if I say no? But I want to see what happens. Does she have actual good intention or just mutiny? Just justifying mutiny? I don't know. She needs to explain why though. Like, I would believe her if she actually saw the reports that we saw. Save? I saved. It's a no. There's no way I'd join in with your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Chris. Oh, nothing personal, Coleman. Orders are orders. Wait, what? Is he gonna shoot me? Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton to you. Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who was again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Ah! Makes life easy for both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cathay's Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you to be back in fire control and to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I feel bad for the chief. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathays? Yes, Captain. Shell! You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the 2 pilots, and the captain. Unsigned Romney, you take care of Miss Bartholomews. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick. What? A kick into the captain. Give her a break. Oh, I feel bad now. Kick into the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl into a fetal position. Oh. Come on, Bartimeus, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds onto her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shades as the doors slide close. You made a bad choice, cool man. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open and you feel a muzzle of Hansen's gun as it thrusts into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon. Oh, he got my weapon! Shoot! Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket within his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you to get any ideas. Take her away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Shoot! Hansen chops his gun harder into your back and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. Shoot! It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I'd had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you had hoped for her, the doors slide close and you're left in silence with Hansen. Ensign and Ensign? Ensign? Is Ensign all along? Ensign. Ensign.
Ensign.
Ensign. Ensign.
Ensign.
Ensign. Ensign. Hansen Ensign. Oh, it's gonna be harder to pronounce like that. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. Once outside, Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instructions, you take your keycard, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent. Why is he doing that expression? He remains silent for a few short seconds with a ruminative expression on his face until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you regain your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun towards you. You know, cool man, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hansen smirks. Stuff you've done. You're actually kind of alright. Don't give me that talk. Don't smooth talk me, mister. You might not be the coward you were back on the cow-like anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Coleman. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartimeus, and your girlfriend are gonna get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord, Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, Coleman. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all. She should have explained what evidence she found. Then I would have believed her. Then I would have sided with her. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You're going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on your own. Did I make the wrong decision? No. Oh my god, we could have had like Hansen X protagonist ship if we chose to be with his crew. Oh man. Whatever. Stop being tsundere! You're making me regret the decision! We'll pour one out for you. I strongly think there's no way people like Hansen and Vanessa are on the right side. It lacks explanation. I need explanation. Like why? Why is this happening? Like, why? Why do you hate the captain? I know she's incapable, but like, what else? There has to be a deeper meaning. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dull trip back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it from closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots and once again levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Was it about the thing you told him in the ship? I don't know. Which one is it? Hansen, you prick! You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit down on your bunk. Your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. Power grab? Is it really though? Is it just as I don't know. It feels weird to just be a power grab. It would be nice if it was just more than a power grab. I don't know. There's a lack of explanation as to why she's desperate to replace Bartholomew. But even then, Bartholomew hasn't really like explained much to us. The report might be why he said okay to the mutiny. You're right. But then we brought up the report and he was like, does that really matter now? Like, it's still your fault, Coleman. I'm so confused. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a rolling storm of emotions. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and an occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this! What's gonna happen? How are we gonna fight back? Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes the command of JFS Gundog on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Maris, Bartholomew, and Lieutenant Commander Kin confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant Coleman, is also confined to her quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Power grab? Was it really just a power grab? If it really was just a power grab, then yeah, sure. We made the right decision, but I wonder what. But then, I agree. Like, where was the captain when the emergency power was shut down? Where was the captain when the ship was being attacked? I'm so confused. Give me answers. Come on. You went to draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch to remove the panel, all you managed to do was snag your nail on the edge and tear it. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you tried it. Insufficient. Yeah, people with guns don't need to explain themselves. Captain sucks, no question. I just don't think that is actually what Vanessa cares about. I need answers! Shoot! Yeah, keep playing. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain in prison. You hadn't noticed it when you had woken earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters while you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and metal bookmarks had been taken. Shoot! Leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panel. Shoot! Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wonder how long she'd been planning this and how much she'd accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. Someone might be egging Vanessa on behind the scenes so the ship's order breaks down. Could be a possibility. I guess one other mystery is the O'Brien too. Or like, what happened to Kin? What happened to Cassie? Why was she having like sudden headaches? Do you think it was planned? Seized on the opportunity with great timing. True. So I don't know if it was just good timing or luck, or if it was like on purpose. Ugh! I'm so confused. Ugh, I need answers. Hunter, every trick you'd learned in your time as a security officer, none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's been nearly 6 hours since you've been in prison. Felt the rumble of the gun dog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It will only be a matter of days now until you arrive back at the Europa colony. Cassie being out of commission could be Vanessa's fault. Yeah, like what happened? Maybe that's why they killed the doctor, because like the doctor found out what happened to Cassie or something. I don't know. What happened? What's happening? Waiting for you there. If Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution. Ugh. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. Okay, save here, just in case. Give this one more go. You clamber up onto your bed and once again run your fingertips around the edge of the panel, trying to find any give or sign of a catch that you could use to remove the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed not to be removed using bare hands. Without a tool, there's no way I'm getting this panel off. Great. So I gotta find a tool. Computer? Okay, let's see. You type in a few commands and attempt to navigate further into the terminal's interface, but every action you carried out is met with the same response. I thought so. Spend a few moments examining the control pad next to the door, tapping on the casing, pressing buttons, and investigating the wiring that runs out from underneath it before settling on your course of action. Hey! Hey, Romney! Are you going to let me out or what? Hey, Romney! Can you hear me? Let me out! Shut up, cool man. Yeah, that went as well as I expected. Okay, maybe here? You kneel down by the storage drawer set in the frame underneath your bunk and push on one, causing the drawer to spring open and slide towards you. Pulling it as far as it will go, you shove your possessions to either side and lean in to get a view of the inside. Rats! Did you find rats, or was that just a word? As you had expected, the underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on the inner framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you've got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Step back from the door, cool man! What do you want, Romney? Shut up and do it! With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You move? Yeah. Now you just stay there, cool man. You roll your eyes. What did they think you were going to do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. Room service? As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa, let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Romney. Whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room, with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down at the tray, you see its fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, and a soda. Yummy! From one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are. With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. Within a second, the door slides shut, and you hear the click of its lock. Borgor! You sighed to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but hey, at least they were feeding you. Gotta eat. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You've been staring to worry that you'd be left locked in your quarters the entire journey back to the Europa colony, with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking a few fries, you raise the burger to your mouth and bite down. Oh! Oh my god, did Dylan leave us something? You place the burger back on the tray and run your tongue over your teeth. You've bitten down on something hard. Pulling back to the top of the bun to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Dylan! Yeah! Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Nice! Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panels that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, floors, but it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixtures you may come across. Nice! Oh, this is perfect. You whisper to yourself. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guess. Time to eat! Place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring both it and the fries. Alright, now it's time. Let's go! Alright, let's see. Clamber up to the wall, run your fingers up in the seam between the panels and the rest of the wall. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. Slowly run it along this parting for a few inches until you feel it catch onto something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. Repeat this action a few more times along different parts of the panel. Eventually, the final latch is undone and the whole thing falls towards you. Nice! Nice! Let's go! You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it onto the floor so as not to alert Haru before returning to investigate what you'd reveal. Damn it! You cuss under your breath. What happened? What happened? Where you hoped to see a large space that you could crawl into were instead met with a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space in between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. You've been so close. Oh, did they close off the way? We did reveal the secret to them while the ship's power was off. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into a newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere else. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. It looks like you'd have to find another way out of here. What about the other one? Oh, under here. Let's see how good Cassie's knowledge of illicit ship-based activity is. Okay. Slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch onto something. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel you remove, you're easily able to undo each one you run into the panel, noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3-foot drop down into a small tunnel that disappears into the darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust up your hands as you look over the passageway you've revealed. Let's go. As you stand above the entrance that you've revealed, you look around your quarters one more time. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to do in here? Should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Is she not gonna, you know, put the panel back? That's kind of suspicious, but anyway, she's gone anyway. Stay here for the time being. Leave. Got to save. I'm running out of save slots. You know what? I'll leave. You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare your escape, you return the panel. Okay, return the panel anyway. Turn the panel that you'd removed from the wall to its original position, making sure that all the catches are reconnected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel, sliding it into a position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath the floor, kneel down, and slowly drag the panel over the opening above you. Yeah, I'll most likely overwrite the old saves if I ran out. Takes you a few attempts to get it into the correct position, but eventually, you have it and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that had secured it in place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop down to your knees and reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. You have no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop, or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Does this count as venting? Yes, it is venting. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems, or your own awkward shuffling, and unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the gun dog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the insides of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship up ahead of you. Up ahead, you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Where are we? Finally! As you continue towards the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might head. Where do I go? Another save slot used, because I don't know where to go. Maybe I should take a look at everything first. As you come level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice almost imperceptible sounds echoing up in the distance. Hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus, trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sound properly from the general thrum of the gun dog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize that you can make aware of motors, the sound of metal colliding with metal, and tools being used. Maybe this is engineering or the hangar? Oh, it's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean that this way leads to the hangar! I think I'd like to go here because Dalton, but let's take a look at everything else. You peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you, and you do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads to. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, or smell that could indicate where it leads. As ominous as it seems, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. Okay, next. As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. Entire time you'd been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smelled has been a stale musk. Not a pleasant but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet but also with a slight burning tang topped off by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Mess hall or sickbay? Oh my god, we have to make a choice here. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, you lay your hand on the wall and notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful regular vibration. Only one thing on the ship that creates a vibration like that. Probably where this crawlway. Okay. Did I save? Okay. So this must be the central computer or engineering. This would be the food thingy, the mess hall or sickbay, because chemicals. I don't know. This one is just pure darkness, and this one I'm pretty sure is the hangar. And we can see Dalton from here. I'm gonna try. Shoot. Hope I don't get caught. Enter the crawlway. Yes. Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, you follow another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels, and it doesn't take long for you to find yourself in total darkness once again. Unlike your journey from your quarters to the lit segment you'd just taken a break at, you were confident of where you were heading as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness of your movement. The gravity from the hangar! Yeah. Which you initially dismiss as numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gently gliding forwards that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. Pull your arm out in front of you to ensure you don't slam your face first into the end of the current length of tunnel. Thankful that you hadn't pushed with much force when you feel cool steel on your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in next, you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully propel yourself off the crawlway wall. Soon enough, you manage to adapt to this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner, and for the first time since you'd started down this path, you see the faint glow of life. Moving towards it, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sound are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of a gantry crane moving from one end of its rail to the other, interrupted by the regular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. Yeah, it's the hangar. I knew it. As you'd expected, the noise had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. Alright, let's go. Ooh, let's talk to Dalton. Perform just another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he's completely absorbed in his work, and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea until there's someone in the hangar with him. Gee! I was just finishing up the final recoupling of the new bell nozzle to the directional. Startled, Dalton swivels to face you, the look of terror on his face instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait! What are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You've come to take me out. It's part of your conspiracy. Oh no! Help! Oh, Dalton. In his panic, Dalton shoves you away from him, then turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find on the armored frame surface. Once out of reach, he kicks off the machine. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make a solid contact, his feet instead catching it at an awkward angle and sends him drifting away, slowly despite his writhing and trashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here! You launch yourself after him, manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help! Help! I'm gonna be... As he continues to trash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on the nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right, just take it easy. I'm going to let go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. But Lieutenant, shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a co-conspirator with Commander Kin and the captain. That you had to be. Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Captain Lord and the Ensign, right? Ensign said. And do you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean, but she said. You sigh with exasperation, holding up both your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to the ship, do you think I'd have done everything I've done to make sure everyone had stayed safe? Like getting the power back online? Securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartholomew and Commander Kin had nothing to do with what's happening, and there's no way that Kin could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here to help. I need your help too. Hey! Oh my god! Here, Ensign, Rumney's call echo out across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shun Dalton towards them, using him as a distraction and to slip into the Juno's open cockpit and out of sight. Yabai. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, jeez, kid. Be careful. What were you doing floating around like that? And what's with the screaming? Something happened in here? I was just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens onto the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you— oh my god. Stop stuttering! Stop stuttering, please. Well, it was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. Nothing, it's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth, and I drink some water. The sound of what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. It was nothing! I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit and it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger and everything started bunching up and I couldn't stop it because... Alright, kid, okay. Take it easy. Yes, Ensign. You all good? Yes, Ensign. Thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool. Got it. Just stay calm next time, alright? Yes, Ensign, I will. Sorry. Alright, well, if that's it... Yes! Stop! Stop! Just shut your yap, Dalton. Oh my god. Yes, Ensign, it is. Nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. Remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru had left, but you have no way of knowing for sure. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant, it's safe to come out now. Feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume an Ensign Rumney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hanger and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton once again. It's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe that what they said about you and the captain, the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Chris say that... Dalton, hey, calm down, it's okay. Sorry. Take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong. Although he was working on a JCF ship, he was basically still just a kid. But you knew that he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Kin are going to be executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship. And that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out there, cadet. As he talked, Dalton begins to fidget his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've got to do something over there quickly. Wait, what? Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly plant on the Juno, and he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. What? Damn it, Dalton. Oh my god. He doesn't want to help me. You launch yourself from the armored frame towards the far side of the hangar, stopping yourself on the first storage crate you arrive at. You quickly glance over the mess of containers, but aren't able to spot the young engineer. Quickly but quietly, you begin moving from crate to crate, looking out for any signs of the cadet among the disorganization. As you pass by an inconspicuous clutter of containers, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit and the sharp intake of breath. You pause and turn your attention to some crates opposite to where you'd heard the noise come from, giving them a few seconds of fake investigation before launching yourself towards the nook that Dalton had hidden himself in. Wah! Dalton, please calm down. I just want to talk to you, okay? Dalton! Okay. I promise, cadet, I wouldn't be here if I didn't really need your help. But right now, with Lieutenant Lord in charge of the ship, we're all in a huge amount of danger. It's not just the commander and the captain, it's all of us. We don't know what's going on with this, the gesture at the strange craft, thing. We don't even know if it's actually deactivated. We could still be in danger. How are we going to deal with it if half of our crew is locked up and the other half is on guard duty? All I need is a little bit of your help. If I can prove Commander Kin innocent, then that's one major blow to the Lord's justification for this mutiny. After that, we can prove the captain's innocent too. From there, no one on board will side with Lord. They'll know it'll be them up for execution as traitors. But I can't do this alone. That's why I need your help. I know the chief's taught you a lot already. With your help, I can get this done before we can get anywhere near Europa. Well, thank you. But Dalton, you lay your hand on his shoulder. Please. Well, what can this kid even do? Why do you want me, Lieutenant? I mean, are you sure? I'm just a cadet. I don't really know that much of anything. Are you sure it's my help you want? Like, I just mean that maybe you should think about it is all. If that's okay. Dalton. Oh, Lieutenant, see you again. Do you still need my help? I mean, not that I won't help you if you need it. It's just that maybe there's someone else who could help you, someone who isn't me. I just think that I might not be who you want. I would though if you needed it. Hey, yeah, to be fair, he makes a point. He's just a cadet and there's not much he can do. Dalton, you look at the cadet for the moment, his wary eyes looking up at you. Oh, yeah, maybe this is too much pressure on him. I don't want to drag him with me. He hasn't really done anything wrong. And you notice the slight tremble in his lower lip. I'm going to take a look at some other options, but hang on, okay? I might still need your help. Right, okay, Lieutenant. Keep looking around and see if there's anyone else who could help me. Maybe the chief. Oh, I could always come back here. Nice. Yeah, I'll go. Dull rumble, complete silence, familiar aroma. Familiar aroma. Maybe. I'm pretty sure this is the mess hall, maybe. Maybe, I'm not sure. Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlways that you'd momentarily stopped at, you soon find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner, the snaking tunnel and the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to slowly shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your effort to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice that the smell from earlier is much stronger now. The scent is beginning to sting your nose and the back of your throat with every breath you take. Got to be nearby now. Let's see. Reaching upward to run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by the touch to be a catch that secures the panel in place. Captain's quarters? Although it takes some time of fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with all the others you find in them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. Oh yeah, the captain's quarters. Okay, yeah, it was not the mess hall. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it was the captain's quarters. Plus the mess hall. Okay. Okay, we can talk to the captain. Shoot! Dalton to lock in. He's just a kid. Oh my gosh, we're in the captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartimeus. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her and ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! Quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realize you placed it into a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. Ugh! As you guess, it's the same smell you notice in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of the acetone than of a beverage, but an unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift position from where you just tried to climb out, and you move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you've stood up, you look around but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare, doing your best not to be heard by the confines of the quarters. Captain! You hiss, slightly louder this time. Where's the captain? Shoot! Scary! With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel and further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in an unpleasantly familiar situation, you head over to the annex on the right side of the room and lean in through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? Oh my god, there she is. Is she drunk again? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand over her shoulder and giving her a few gentle strokes. Although you begin to push harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on! At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand up and look down on the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of whiskey. Time to try somewhere else. Gosh damn it! Okay, I never should have sided with the captain. I can't believe at this crucial moment, she's drunk! Can't believe it. Guess I'm going... I'll do the complete silence last. Let's go engineering. Confident that you knew where this path would lead you, resume your journey. Resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. To be fair, what else could you do if you were locked? Wait until they open the door? Maybe. With a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floor of the crawlway, but as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with a rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. The shafts of light fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust you've picked up on your travels. Oh, Mamie! Hi, Mamie! Thank you for the raid! I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders! I'm Isla Coleman. We're playing Stories from Seoul. Currently locked in a ship. A mutiny happened, and now we're against the mutiny. And yeah, trying to escape. Because we're a traitor, apparently, even though we're not. I'm on the side of justice. Remember, justice! Shafts of light fall around you from the grating. I read this. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance to the engineering. I knew it! Engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing against it with your forearm, and find that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. Stream filter is cute. Thank you! It's for the immersion, because we're playing a pixel style game. We had a good stream. A welcome relief from the catches and claps you had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. Loud clang? Oh shoot! You quickly release the grating and with no time to swivel onto your front to crawl away, start shuffling back towards the dark hallways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grill of the flooring above. Oh, shoot! There she is! Hopefully there's no math in this game. Nope, just pure science. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Coleman. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Hey, Chief! Hey, give me a second to explain. Chief! Chief, come on! Oh my god. Is she gonna snitch? Stopping only to swipe her keycard through a terminal next to a door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches on into the newly unlocked area. Please be nice, Chief. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. Alright, Lieutenant. We can talk now. Chief, damn it! I was trying to explain! Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Ah! She's helping us! Yes! Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would. As the chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters, handing you to the incense. Ugh. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used to... Aha! So that's what these wanted it for. These saved us. Oh my goodness! He saved us. Okay, I take it back. Chris, you're not the best boy anymore. It's Deez. And Dalton. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long-life military insurance. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him though. So I just handed it over in the end. Though it was strange, no way he would pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Chief, listen! Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not going to throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Yes! Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Going to try and raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it? Buy yourself some time? Because you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord, I'll... Chief! I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that's to keep this ship running, no matter who's at the helm. And if you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, So, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartholomew and Kin are locked up, Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartholomew and Kin were out of action when the gun dog went offline, and Kin is the immediate suspect in the doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Kin could have done it. There's no way she should have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose. Not with how I saw her. If we can disprove those accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew will be it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had the time to consider the specifics. You'd been too focused on navigating your way around the ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to bust your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm gonna get wrapped up in Lord's game. If you want help, you're going to need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I can find a chance to get the long-range communication system back up and running before we get to Isla Coleman. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her, otherwise the Chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out! In an instant, the Chief grabs her wrist, pulling your hand off her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure this ship keeps sailing. Okay, she has a point though. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if we want to make it back to Europa, they're gonna need my full attention. I don't have time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. The Chief releases your wrist, which she draw back quickly, the pain from the awkward angle it had been held at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. I just... She what? With that, the chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're completely being ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn, Chief! Need your help! It's got to be something I could do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. She'd probably be a lot more helpful than Dalton, that's for sure. Yeah. I can access the aft thoroughfare? I don't think that's right. I don't think this is good. What? Why are they giving me access to the aft thoroughfare? I'm gonna get caught there. Engines? Although it's almost redundant given how noisy all the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant hum of the engines, quietly approach the door to the engine room. You run your hand over it and ineffectively punch a few buttons on the access panel. Without your keycard, there was no getting in. I have Cassandra's keycard! Hang on! You reach into your skirt pocket and feel a hard, thin edge of keycard. You knew that Hansen had taken yours, so this must be... Cassandra! You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hands on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you and she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operation. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of it. Oh, this is a flashback. Oh my gosh, ha! Thanks, Vanessa! With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through into the engine room. Despite the vast size of this area, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief, who stood over a large control panel. Alright, let's try again. Let's talk to the chief, come on! Talk no jutsu! You'd been surprised at how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you asked for help, although you assumed she might take a little bit of convincing. You weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew by how forceful her rejection had been that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height. Your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Process of elimination on who the culprit is. And I still have no idea. I still have no concrete idea who's like behind all of this. I don't think it's Vanessa. Or I don't know. I'm not sure. I'll find out. Spatial distribution of the neutron flux shows reaction rates within parameters. Now that means energy releases. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try to assert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Chris not take your key card? Got to give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any doubt you're always leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief! The Chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates their exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth. I'm gonna drink water. I've read so much dialogue already. Clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know at the very least you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room and the lock will be manually overridden. Persistence never sounded so much like desperation. It is. We're desperate. We desperately need help. Because no one else would help us. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa. It doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there. Just that it gets there. Now, whatever has happened to these engines during that blackout isn't making the job easy. For the last time, cool man, get out of my way and do what you've gotta do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? At a single self, the Chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your vision, your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the Chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the gun dog back to Europa just as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship, it's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half of the crew's going to be put on trial for something that they didn't do? What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machines, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. Talk no jutsu. For a moment you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know you've got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee that there'll even be a gun dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline even if you leave them for a few hours. And I've made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you, please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on this ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Kin. To be fair, protagonist over here is pretty selfish. I think all of this, we're doing this for Kin. I feel like we're just doing this for Kin. I'm not doing it for Kin, but our protagonist seems to be leaning more on saving her girlfriend. I don't know. You have a point. I don't really want to save everyone on this ship. Pretty much just Kin. I don't think we care less about Bartholomew, to be honest, but it's about Kin's innocence. We do know that Kin is innocent because we were there at the sickbay when the attack happened. I don't know. Ooh. That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Kin's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No signs of unusual output. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Kin and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa? Bring it up at the tribunal. Chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassie, captain, and yourself innocent. By rights, a tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be perfect place for that, but you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. If I can convince the rest of the crew to get Bartholomew back in the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief taking her time to consider your points, you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But you don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at the response always makes you giddy. A feeling you temper with pragmatism. You can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course, I need to! You're locked up now. But no one's going to blame security for standing up for their captain. Especially after everything you've done. You certain you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel that way now, Coleman. But step away for a second, give it some thought. Wow, this is the same thing. The same thing that Dalton said to us. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be some other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious, you know that. Part of you wants you to tell the chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost won her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension that you build up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is too. Chief is actually good. Without hesitation, the Chief turns back to the control panel that she'd been working at and resumes whatever it is that she'd been doing before you interrupted her. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting the Chief to help you out? You have to give it some thought. Okay. So, I get what we have to do. We have to check the last door. Okay. So it's either we get Dalton's help or the Chief's help. There's only one crawlway to check. Complete silence. One more left. You slowly crawl through the cramped passage away from the light being cast downwards from the shaft containing the large fan. It doesn't take long for you to find yourself in complete darkness once again. As you walk your way onwards, your hand stretched out in front of you, allowing you to tell where the direction of the crawlway changes. You eventually find yourself in what feels like a dead end. You run your hand to the right and left on the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you'd missed that turning earlier? As you start the awkward process of orienting yourself to head back where you come from, you reach up, feeling for the top of the crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paneling you'd expect to place your hand on, you encounter what feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers that you're not about to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? The airlock! Isn't this a dangerous place to be at? This is kind of a dangerous place to be at. Clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. Airlock, huh? He moves. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. I'm sure. Now that I can make my way through the ship using crawlways, I shouldn't need to do any more EVA. Really hope so anyway. Made it this far, it's worth a shot. Yeah, I figured. I mean, why not use the key card? Or not. Not planning on going outside the ship anytime soon and these won't offer much in the way of protection against firearms. Might not even worth trying the radios. Who knows who'd pick up? Might be Vanessa if I'm really unlucky. Airlock her easy peasy. Shoot, wouldn't it be so dangerous if we like went to the central hub? Wait. What happens if we get caught? I just want to see. I'll make 2 saves just in case. You tried lightly doing your best to keep yourselves as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. You stop as soon as you reach the sign of threshold between the airlock and the hub, and holding your breath, listening out for any signs that Hansen and Haru might be nearby. Sure enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the 4-side thoroughfare as they stand watch over the 2 crew corridors. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Yeah, I'm not stupid, trust me though. Someone like her? No thanks. No way, Chris. Easy promotion right there. One and done. If you did, I bet you could get her to say anything you wanted when you get this ship back to Europa. No thanks, she's not even my type. Oh yeah? Who is it then? Huh? Let's gossip. That's it. The captain? Shut up, Romney. Commander Kin? Shut up, Romney. Banter stops and a silence follows. You can tell by their voices that their boat stood in the 4-side thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the aft thoroughfare. If you left where you were stood now to head further into the ship, there was a good chance that you'd be spotted. Slowly, you begin to make your way back to the airlock. Oh! What? Looking back over your shoulder, you see that the panel covering from the ladder leading up to the bridge has come loose again, jumping from its mounts onto the floor. Hey, what was that? Oh, shit! Man, I don't know. It sounded like something in the hub. Stay here. I'll check it out. Oh my gosh. You swear under your breath as you try to move as silently as possible back to the airlock as quickly as you can. Once there, you pull open the hatch leading into the crawlway and drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. At least you attempt to. What? What? As you try to pull the hatch all the way closed, you find it catching onto something just before it shuts. Each time you try and force it, the mechanism makes a scraping noise, which you realize is loud enough to be heard from the hub. Hey, is someone there? Oh shoot! It's Jover. It's instantly apparent to you that the crawlway runs under the route from the central hub to the airlock as you hear Hansen's footfall echoing through the crawlway, rowing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the hatch with all your strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever into its original position as you do so. You sit in the still darkness, holding your breath. Piece of junk ship falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away, until exhaling in relief. Remain in the darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear, and you tentatively remerge into the airlock. Why did I come back? Stupid! I should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. But I still have an option to go to the central hub. What the heck? What if I go to the central hub? Haha, what if? Okay. I can't. I guess back to the crawlways. Crew quarter corridors. Why do I have an option to do this? I'm gonna get caught. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Investigate the captain quarters? Not much. But let's see. If this desk is anything like the last time, all drawers are probably locked, and I bet they took the captain's key rings, and it contains a lot of master switches for the ship's function. Let's see. Yep, it's all locked. Even if I wanted to drink any of this, which I definitely don't, the captain hasn't left any. Looks like half of it ended up on the floor. It's not getting up anytime soon. Yep, there's nothing here. Yep, there's nothing here. I guess it's time to make a choice. It's either we get Dalton's help or the chief's help. I would honestly get the chief's help just because she knows more about how the ships operate. And Dalton, as much as he's like so nice to us, I doubt he could help us. I mean, we almost got caught by Haru, so I think we'll have to make a choice now. I'm gonna save. Let's move to Dalton is Dalton. Yeah, he's a nice guy, but hardly seems dependable. Exactly. Like, what else could he do? But the chief has a lot of access to different like places of the ship, so I think he'll be fine. In the time you'd taken stepping away to think this over, the chief had moved on to a different section of the engine room, and instead of working on a control panel, was now intently staring at a selection of gauges and dials. Reactions normal, nominal, no issues here. Chief, I've thought it over. Lieutenant, so what's it gonna be? You certain? Yes, I can't do this without you. Okay. Hope this is the right choice. Yes, Chief, I am. I know what you said, but I can't risk it. I can't risk Vanessa getting away with this. Can't risk the crew. I'm gonna do it. Well, you've got a lot of spunk, Lieutenant. I'll give you that. Everything's running fine here, so I guess it's you and me now. Where to then, Coleman? You're buoyant with elation at the Chief's words. With her on your side, there was next to nothing on the ship that could stop you. First of all, we need to show that the captain and commander weren't intentionally absent when the blackout happened. We'll also need to prove Commander Kin had nothing to do with killing the doctor, so we'll also probably... Go to the sickbay? Yeah, good idea. If we went there, we'd be able to... Yeah, that's right, Chief, but to get there, I'll need to... Head through the crawlways, of course. Can't have you strolling down through the thoroughfare when you're supposed to be locked up. Even if she's been hesitant before, the Chief had clearly already switched her focus on the problem solving from the ship's engines to your predicament. Feels like a Phoenix Wright episode. It does. Unfortunately, it looks like that came with her predisposition for getting carried away in analyzing that problem from every perspective. Chief, the crawlways. Huh? Right, the crawlways. Alright, Lieutenant. So due to the ship's construction, the crawlway system doesn't extend to engine blocks. Because of how the Swift class enthusiastically lecturing you, the Chief heads towards the entrance that leads back into the engineering room, going to into a detailed breakdown of the nature of the disconnect between the ship's hull and its HFDD engines. You let out a sigh of acceptance and follow her. You really didn't want to become an expert on the idiosyncratic construction of the Swift class, but it was a small price to pay for saving the entire ship. It's because the fundamental framework is actually from the intercluster small load transport during the war day. Okay? Doesn't take long for you to both arrive at the spot in the engineering department where the Chief had first hoisted you out from the crawlway you'd arrived in. What that means is that, with minimal effort, the Chief pulls up the grating and tosses it to you, almost knocking you back over a guardrail. Swift class could theoretically be the easiest class in the fleet to upgrade if there's any further advancement. As you hurry to enter the crawlway and replace the grating above you, as the Chief disappears into the darkness, continuing to rattle off more about the ship's engines than you could ever hope to remember. With the grate secure, you quickly shuffle towards the ongoing spiel. The deluge of facts your guide in the darkness as you head back into the bowels of the ship. Still making your way through the crawlways as quickly as you can, you still find it difficult to keep up with the Chief, who moves through the cramped confines of the tunnels with surprising swiftness. Chief's kind of the person who tells you how to make a watch when you ask what time it is. Exactly. Yeah, because she's a nerd. In a good way. She knows a lot. There are multiple times where you had to get her attention so that she'll slow down and not leave you stranded in the pitch-dark networks of passages. Despite your constant reminders, as soon as you reach her, the chief will often race ahead, leaving you desperately shuffling to keep up. You were finding it hard to move at speed due to the limited room the crawlways offered, which makes the chief's face all the more impressive considering her height and build. Oh yeah, how could she fit there? Yeah, how could she fit there? Kinda weird, yeah. Eventually, you reach a familiar illuminated area. Sweat dripping down your brow, you call out, "Chief, stop!" What's that, Lieutenant? We've got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. No time for slacking! Oh, no time for slacking. You hold your hand up as you do your best to catch your breath. Okay, yes, Chief, I want to reach the sickbay. As your breathing slows and you feel more capable of talking, you lower your palm, allowing you to pivot your hands and knees to a sitting position. You lean back against the wall behind you, relishing the cold chill of the steel. But we need to go over the plan before we get there. If we just show up in the central hub and the ensigns see us, it'll all be over. You're right, there aren't any crawlways leading directly to the block that the sickbay is built into, so you wouldn't need to use the elevators. Which means in terms of access. The chief's eyes dart back and forth as she begins to go over different variables in her mind, and after a moment she shifts from the crawling position she'd been in to sitting cross-legged on the floor. You let out a deep sigh of relief as her attention is completely taken by the logistics of accessing the sickbay without being seen. As she continues to mutter to herself, you undo the top button on your uniform shirt and flap the fabric near your collar back and forth to cool yourself. Now that you weren't trying to keep pace with the chief's unnaturally fast movements through the crawlways, you finally had time to think, and you too turn your thoughts towards the next step in your plan. It was going to be difficult to figure out, but now is the time to do it before you headed anywhere else. You spend some time kneading the muscles in your legs and the balls of your hand to work out the tension that had accumulated as you crawl through the tunnels. As you work your way from one leg to the other, you listen in to the chief's mutterings as she considers different ways in which you'll be able to access the sickbay. You're relieved that she's putting out so much thought into it, but from what you can tell, she's only thinking about how you'll get in, not what you'll do when you get there. After a few more minutes with no indication that the chief will give up on this puzzle herself, you interrupt. Hey, Chief. Lieutenant Coleman wouldn't be able to access that area, so that brings us back to... Chief, hey! Lieutenant! I'm trying to figure out how to get us into the sickbay. Give me a moment. Chief, I know we're going to need to get to the sickbay to prove Kin and the captain innocent, but right now we need to figure out what we'll do when we get there. Right now, any part of the ship that isn't these crawlways or my quarters is too risky for me to be in, so I don't want to spend any longer outside of them than I have to. I'd rather we discuss the plan now than leave it until we get there.
That makes sense. So what were you thinking, Lieutenant? What evidence are you after in the sickbay?
Well, do you remember how Lord justified her mutiny on the bridge earlier?
That rat! She was saying that Kin and Bartimeus were both out of action on purpose when the ship had that blackout. I don't see how it would benefit two traitors to be stuck on a dead ship. But she must have some way to twist the facts.
Exactly. To deal with that accusation, we need to... Huh? I don't know. Prove they were actually unwell? How can we prove that? don't know. If we say that the captain was drunk, then that just means like, oh, so the captain is irresponsible and is guilty. Like, why are you being drunk at the ship? But then again, the second option showed that they couldn't have survived. Doctor's report? Oh, yeah, from the sickbay. Yeah, maybe Dr. Rosarium had some findings. That's why he was killed. I don't think we can prove that they couldn't have survived, because that's just an assumption. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the doctor was killed to be silenced. I know, isn't an act of treason. Doctor was alive and he prescribed the painkillers to Cassie. Yeah, maybe we can show the empty, I don't know, missing painkillers. I think we could do that. Show that the two of them were actually sick when the blackout happened. We can show that they weren't faking it, that it would blow a huge hole in Lord's justification. If we can do that, then the rest of the crew will see that they're in danger just by siding with her. Even Hansen and Haru won't risk it. We can convince them with no one to back her up, Lord's mutiny will be finished. I see what you're saying, Lieutenant, but how are you going to do that? Well, I was thinking that there would be records. What do you mean vouch? No one's gonna listen to my words. There'd be medical records, right? As soon as the power was back on, I took the commander straight to the sickbay and told the doctor about the captain's condition. He's always making notes on that tablet of his. Tablet! Even when he was treating me after the crash, he was logging his diagnostics and medication used onto it. Yeah. Yeah, because I remember about like Cassie's stomach ache, her diarrhea, her explosive diarrhea on the first episode. Why was Cassie in a bad way to begin it? Did Lord do something to... Yeah, what's with the ringing headache? Was it on purpose? Was it planted? So many mysteries! I want to see the ending already. He'd have definitely done the same for Captain Bartholomew and Lieutenant Commander Kidd. Hey, good thinking, Lieutenant. If the medical record software is like what I used to log repairs, then it's pretty watertight. Time, date, essential information, it'll all be there. Exactly! Right, so we're going to need to get our hands on that, easy! You shift from your sitting position back to your hands and knees to begin crawling your way through the tunnels to your next destination, but the Chief remains sat where she is. Come on, Chief, we need to get to the sickbay. You're forgetting something important, Lieutenant. What do you mean? The doctor's murder. With gritted teeth! Which means I drink water again. Yeah, he was murdered. Probably his tablet was taken. He was murdered to be silenced. Ah! You shift back to your sitting position. In the excitement of thinking you had the solution to this whole problem, you've completely forgotten that the Lord had directly accused Cassie of the doctor's murder. Even if you could prove she had been unconscious at the time of the blackout, no one on the ship would take the side of a murder suspect. Do you know where they put the doctor's body, Chief? I was knocked out when that was being dealt with. Why did they leave it in the sickbay? Of course, the surgery wing has a storage unit for them. Why? Then nothing's changed. The proof we need that the captain and the commander weren't absent on purpose is going to be in the sickbay, and the doctor's body is too. If we're going to prove that Commander Kidd didn't kill him, that's probably the best place to start, right? Can't argue with that, Lieutenant. Right, sounds like you got it all figured out. At this point, you're going to have another idol meeting. I do feel like I'm gonna have another idol meeting. I'll be right back. I'm so excited for investigation. Woo. Okay, I'll be right back. A la bread, please. Thank you. I'll be right back. Guys, the craziest thing happened while I was in my meeting. Isla Coleman commented on my stream again. Unbelievable. I'm back. Tadaima. Yeah, I know, right? I missed her. Gosh. I'm back. Okay, it's time for some investigation. Oh my god, am I lagging? Oh, I think I'm lagging. Wah. Wah. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh. Oh my gosh. Idle meeting caused me to lag. Okay. Mind blown. Starting to think you might be the same person. You're never in the same place at once. No way, it's kind of like that Miley Cyrus, Hannah Montana situation. Oh my gosh, I'm lagging. What? Okay, there we go. It's always when you go to an idol meeting. Coincidence? I think not. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah, there's artificial, there's also real lag. Weird. Oh, maybe because I have the stream running on my phone. Oh, darn it. Okay, I'll close it. That's why I'm lagging. I'm also... There we go. I'm still lagging. Wah! I'm lagging. I'm not lagging anymore. Okay, there we go. Okay, continue. Ready to get moving? I'm lagging! I'm lagging! What happened? I just went on an idle meeting! Why am I lagging? What happened? Scary. Scary? Why am I... See? I'm lagging! What the heck? Hello? Hello? What's happening? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Just went on an idle meeting and now I'm lagging. Hopefully I'm better. Ready when you are, Chief. Isla Coleman is trying to make a mutiny to take over your channel too. She wouldn't. Did you drop your phone in the toilet? No, ew. I would never. That did happen, but like that was a million years ago. Maybe the camera is too far away. No, I can assure you it's the same place. It's at the same place as it was earlier. Anyway, that was weird. Okay. Just make sure you keep it up this time. That happened, yeah. At one point, my phone fell down in the toilet. Cause like, there was that like whole debate in Kawaii, right? Like asking if people like bring their phones to the toilet or not. I'm one of those girls who like bring their phones to the toilet just because of my attention span. Like if I'm gonna sit down the toilet, I can't just like stare at nothing, okay? It'd be pretty weird. That's why I need to like look at something. And then yeah, from there it fell. But that was a really old phone. That was an Android phone. I don't know why, but I feel like Android phones are like stronger than Apple, like iPhones. Because after that, it was still alive. My phone back then was still alive. Yeah, there's like a lot of like stuff that happened in my Android phone and it was still alive. Like for example, phone accidentally dropped from like the 3rd floor to the 1st floor and it was still alive. And then I put my phone on the freezer because it was overheating. That also happened. Because like Android phones, well actually this goes for all phones. Like all phones tend to like overheat, but like I've had that Android phone for years. So like every time I use it or it charges, it overheats. So like I put it in the freezer sometimes just to like cool it down. Fumble into the toilet. My hand was slippery. My hand was slippery. Because like I have to wash my hands. So it was slippery. And then poof! Into the toilet. robust phone. Yeah, Android phones are built different. But I haven't had an Android phone in so long. But they're pretty strong. But then again, I don't think I've ever had like a major accident with iPhones. I don't think so. Like, sure, I've dropped my phone a couple of times, but it hasn't really been broken. Hasn't really been broken. But yeah, I don't think I even broke any Android phones. They tend to have good survivability. You don't close the lid. I don't want to elaborate, but just so there are like no more questions asked. I was using it while sitting on the toilet. Okay, that happened like more than 10 years ago. Actually, even more than 10 years. I think that happened like 13, 15 years ago. So it's history. I don't do it anymore. Or do I? Let's move on! Don't ask a girl what she does in the bathroom, okay? Okay, yes, Chief. You marvel at the speed and agility that the Chief demonstrates in such a confined space as she springs forward from her sitting position and disappears down a dark crawlway. You, on the other hand, curse how awkward it is as you rearrange yourself back into a crawling position and head after her. Although she only has a few seconds lead on you, it only takes that long for her to disappear from sight, leaving you scrambling to catch up, following her exclusively by the sound of her boots and jumpsuit scuffing against the tunnel floor. Fortunately, you're just about able to keep the pace, and panting and covered in a fresh film of sweat, you catch up with her just as she opens a hatch in the tunnel ceiling. The chief bolts out of this new exit, but you're a bit more careful, listening out for any other voices before approaching the hole slowly and peeking out in case there's anyone else in the airlock. After confirming the coast is clear, you climb out and shut the hatch behind you. Not bad, Lieutenant. You keep a pretty good pace there. Maybe we'll get you up to the maintenance team standards yet. You smile and nod at Chief. You'd like to respond, but you're breathing too heavily due to the exertion of keeping up with her, and the cool air of the airlock catches in your throat. Instead, you wipe the sweat from your forehead with the cuff of your shirt sleeve and lean against the main airlock hatch, trying to slow your breathing. So when it comes to the crawlways that you can access, the closest that the network we've been inside will take you to the sickbay, and it's here, in the airlock. There's others that could take us right there, but none of the access points are places that you could get to without being seen by some other crew members, so... Again, you simply smile and nod, taking the opportunity to compose yourself as the Chief fills you in on all the different paths that the crawlways run through the ship. We gotta go, Chief! Eventually, you're ready to move on, but Chief is deep in another lecture, growing increasingly absorbed by her own subject matter. Exhaling deeply, you stand fully upright. If you want to get moving, you'll need to snap the Chief out of it. We gotta move. Central? With Hansen and Haru down there, it's not like I can just stroll past them to get to the elevator. We'll have to figure something out. What? What should we do? Hey, Chief. Now that you are ready to move on, you do your best to nudge the Chief out of her latest mental distraction. But the thing about that approach is that it doesn't consider... Chief! What is it, Lieutenant? I was just considering. Sorry to push you, Chief, but we really need to get to the sickbay now. We've only got a few days until we're back at Europa. The sooner we deal with this, the better. Right. Okay then, Lieutenant, how are we going to get past the incense? You remember nearly being caught by Hansen the last time you were in the airlock, but in the brainstorming session you had in the crawlways with the Chief, you completely forgot to factor them into your plans. Shoot! Been too concerned with where you needed to be in order to prove Cassie innocent, and that you hadn't thought about how to get there. You hadn't planned for this, right? Of course! You lie as you run through some ideas in your head. Guess we're going to need... What do you mean take them out? They got guns! They have guns! What do you mean take them out? Distraction! We need to figure out some way to get them away from the thoroughfare, ideally for a while. That's good thinking, Lieutenant. It's gotta be clear. Oh, it's gotta be easier to get them out of the way than it is for us to try and sneak past them or take them out. But I can't really think of anything we can do from here. Don't worry about that, Lieutenant. I've got just the thing. You stay here and watch for the right moment. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, but... Without pausing to listen to your concerns, the chief turns away from you and strides down the hallway towards the central hub. Unlike you, she still has the freedom of the entire ship as long as no one realizes that you're both working together. You watch as she walks nonchalantly into the hub and then turns right towards the aft thoroughfare. The ensigns notice her. There's no indication that they care as she casually walks away. You take a deep breath and crouch down by the corner of the airlock's exit. You don't want to miss the chief's signal, whatever it may be. Or can even start to wonder what the chief will do. Your question is answered. What? What is she? From your position, you see the chief storm back into the central hub and yell at the two ensigns, gesturing towards the engineering department. Ensigns, I need you in engineering right now! You can't make out the response, but the chief's reply is loud and clear. If you don't get moving, there'll be no one left to guard! Now get down there! Doesn't take much to convince the ensigns. You see them sprint past the chief and towards the engineering department. Once they're out of sight, the chief looks at you and shoots you a quick wink before turning to Bobby. Yeah, let's go! Get straight to the engines, Chris! Those cores need to be realigned now! Once the chief is out of sight, you dart down the corridor towards the central hub. You check both the thoroughfares, not seeing anyone, run over to the elevators. Come on, come on, come on! Repeatedly tap the button, thankfully that due to its emergency, the emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your keycard to access it, instead relying on simply using a bioscanner to log whoever enters. Let's go, let's go, let's go! As the door begins to open, you immediately slip through the gap, hitting the door closed button as soon as you're inside. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. You knew that there was no way the chief would have purposefully created that a real problem in the engineering department, so whatever she had lined up for the ensigns was probably pointless busy work. Still, it had done the trick as long as it kept them occupied. It didn't matter what she'd done. As the elevator's rate of descent begins to slow, you step forward and shield your eyes before the doors open and expose you to the harsh glare of the sickbay lights. Now that you're finally got here, you could begin. You emerge slowly and silently into the sickbay, scanning the room as soon as your eyes have adjusted to the light. At first glance, you don't see any signs of the attacker who knocked you out the last time you were here, but you're careful to check behind the doctor's desk as well as other blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else in here with you, your shoulders drop and you release the tension that you've been carrying. Without any obvious threat, take your time going over the room. Everything was as you'd remembered it being. No one had even gone to the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinets. Take a small amount of solace in that fact. If you were lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including any evidence that might have absolved Cassie or the captain. Where to begin? Okay, let's save here. Save. Maybe this one. Oh, maybe the desk first for the reports. Doctor's desk. If there are any... Wait, what? If there are any documents that will come in handy, useful, they'll be in there. Use. Moving around to the side where Dr. Rosarum typically sat, you were relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked! Take a thick pile of files out of the top one and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's got to be something in here, you think, but there's a huge number of documents within the stack of folders that you'd taken, more than you could easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on the table and try the second drawer. This time, a smile crosses your face as you pull out the doctor's data pad! Jackpot! Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it back in the drawer, you took the device out of you inspect it, looking for the power button. You find and flick a switch on the back of the datapad, watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life. The sound of a drive within it beginning to spin, letting you know that it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Whoa! I need a password. Wiped away as you're faced with a login prompt. Oh, come on! You place the data pad onto the desk alongside the pile of files and sit down on the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. Had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, but you'd been hoping that at the very least, it would have been simple. Unfortunately, that did not look like it would be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. Okay. Long exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sickbay. Come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. Okay, here. Pick up a few scattered boxes of medication and place them onto the counter. Review each one in turn, finding them still completely sealed and with no obvious relationship between them. Blood pressure, sleeping pills, antidepressants. Only factor in common is that it looks like they were all yanked out to get to what was behind them, which would be... Peer into the back of the cupboard where all you can see is an empty cardboard tray with a product name printed on it. Nutri-Shake again! Dude, what's with the Nutri-Shakes? What? If someone wanted shake mix, I'm sure they could have just asked. It's the same with the O'Brien! What the? What the? Just like the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that stored the various medicines and treatments have all been smashed with fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces underfoot as you look at the broken edges of the glass that remains in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught on these shards. Step back to take a better look and hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back to see what it was, you kneel down to pick it up. Nutri-Shake! Turn the packet in your hands and notice it's completely empty. What's with the Nutri-Shakes? What the heck? Just like what happened in the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? Well, we've not seen any signs that anyone's been able to leave it. Why would they kill 2 doctors over just nutritional shakes? It doesn't make any sense. Oh my gosh. Next to the door leading into the surgery wing is a standard security terminal featuring a screen, number pad, and card reader. Give the glass door a light tap with your knuckles, and the dull knock that you hear lets you know that this glass is extra thick, likely reinforced. Without some serious firepower, there's no way you could get in right now. Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into all the little nooks and crannies where the padded top joins the frame. You pay careful attention, looking for any unusual markings or damage or signs that someone else may have been around them aside from Cassie and the doctor. After a few minutes of searching, you fail to find anything that could prove that someone else was here when the doctor was murdered. In fact, aside from a few of Cassie's hair on the pillow on the bed she's been resting on, there was no sign that anyone else had used these beds after all, which isn't very good. Running your hands back through your hair, you pace from one side of the room to the other. As far as you could tell, there was no obvious proof that Cassie had been the doctor's murderer, but you couldn't find any proof to the contrary either. At this rate, you wouldn't be able to find anything, and there was every chance that once you left sickbay, the ensigns would have returned to their positions outside of the crew quarters. Had you risked it all for nothing? Before you can dwell on that thought, you hear the elevator whir into life, letting you know that within the next few seconds, someone will be entering the room! With no time to spare! Okay, I'm gonna save. There we go. Hide! Duh! I'm gonna hide. You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters or get the drop on the item if necessary. With the surgery wing locked and the emergency beds nothing more than suspended platforms, you're left with one option. Just as the door slides open, you dive behind the desk, trying to tuck yourself into what little space there is underneath it. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sound of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. The footsteps come from the elevator towards the desk, fall heavily on the floor, each one causing a resounding thud. Whoever's entered the room stops right by you, and you hear a slight creak from the desk as if a great weight had been placed on it. Get out of there, Lieutenant. It's just me. Okay, thank God. The chief appears in front of you, squatting down with one hand still resting on top of the desk. Oh, thank God. She reaches out to you and you take her hand, which yanks you out and to your feet.
No need to worry about Chris or Romney. I've got them realigning course on the deactivated secondary drive coil. With all the false readings I fed into it, they'll be there all day.
Nice! I'm so glad we asked the chief for help. Oh my gosh. Let's go.
Told them I'd be working on the main coil in the other engine room, so they shouldn't figure I'm gone for a while. Unless they realize the readouts they're getting are on a loop, but with the 14 variations plugged in. How's it going in here? You find what you needed yet?
Not yet, no. You gesture over to the doctor's desk. I found Dr. Rosarian's datapad, but I can't log in. That surgery wing's locked up, and there's no obvious evidence to point to anyone else being here aside from Commander Kin.
Sounds like you've been having a tough time, huh?
Yeah.
You run your hand back through your hair, again for the third time, and lean back against the cool glass that separates you from the surgery wing.
Ugh. I'd hope I could find something obvious, but there's nothing useful here, and we can't get to the doctor's body or into his notes.
Hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've got me here. Think the ship does anything but what I tell her? No chance. I'll get it sorted. Where are we going to start?
Well,
maybe here.
You stand in front of the closed doorway to the surgery wing and tap on the frosted glass.
Running hand through hair into drinking game. Aw, enough.
Enough. That would get me extra drunk on the water. You knew that the glass used is the same kind as what's used in the window on the bridge, and would be pretty much impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. You'd not been able to find the doctor's key card, and without it you wouldn't have much chance to get it in, but I have Cassie's key card all along! With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and wait for it to open. Instead, you're met with a harsh series of digital notes. What? Yeah, ask Chief to rip the door apart. Come on, Chief, you're strong enough. Put those muscles to work. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few more seconds as you think about everything you'd gone through in the past few days involving bypassing these devices or the doors attached to them entirely. Didn't bring the PSD, did you, Chief?
Nope, but it wouldn't be much good to us. If you hadn't found Rosarium's car, then we can't get the door open without anyone else. Only he had the authority.
Squeeze your eyes shut and pinch the bridge of your nose. I guess if they left him in there, they must have taken his card on the way out. One of the ensigns probably has it. Or Vanessa. You sigh. No chance of us getting in, then.
I didn't say that, Lieutenant.
Your eyebrows raise and you turn back towards the mechanic. But how can we get in there without...
I told you, Lieutenant. This ship does what I say. Nothing on my board. Oh, nothing on board can get in my way.
What?
You think I don't know how to get around every single system or device here?
No, Chief, nothing like that. I just thought...
Damn straight. Now take a look at this.
The Chief moves you to one side and lays a gloved hand on either side of the terminal's casing. A swift yank is followed by a loud sound of snapping plastic, and the Chief pulls away the top of the device, including its screen, which is still connected to the inner workings by a long ribbon cable.
Get over here, Lieutenant. We don't have all day.
Oh, it's puzzle time! Am I gonna do this? Oh.
It's a combination digital physical security unit the JUCF used to manufacture loads of these back in the day. Overproduced them though, so when someone came up with a better system, they were a huge amount left over. Then it makes sense to waste them, so the JUCF's been using them in low security facilities on ships they're not expecting any problems.
Oh, I see. Can you do something to get the doors open?
That's gonna be your job, Lieutenant. See, the thing works by redirecting power to the door whenever it scans the right clearance on a key card. We can get the same thing to happen by rotating the nodes through, though. Diverts the power to where you need it to be. Easy.
Chief, sure you.
Wish I could, Coleman.
Chief takes off one of her thick gloves and holds her hand up to you. Aside from the calluses and worn leathery skin of her palms, you also notice that the whole hand is shaking. Aww.
The tremors are small but constant. Oh. Damage the nerves doing too much work with heavy machinery as a girl. Aww. I'm fine with military and industrial grade machinery because it's usually pretty chunky. But stuff like this, I don't have the dexterity for it. So what are you waiting for? Lieutenant, get on it! Right.
I got this, guys. I'm pretty smart.
That's not quite it. Oh, no.
This ain't it. You know what? I have to do it from the opposite side. I gotta start here, and then here. Yeah, that's how you do it. I feel like I gotta save here. Okay. Eat a snack? I didn't prepare a snack. I didn't prepare a snack today. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Okay, so we do this. Nope, we don't do that. Oh, I get it. Wait. This is the middle. Okay. This is the middle. Okay, I see 4 paths. Now I just gotta figure out how to get it connected. Even if you guys tell me I'm almost there, I don't feel like I'm almost there. Has to go through the middle twice. So... Wait. I gotta connect this. It's not gonna be... You know, I feel it. I feel like Hansen and Haru, they're gonna catch up to us, to what we're doing. So hey, it's obviously this one. There's just one part I didn't try it. Maybe this side. Still be here while they talk to the tribunal. Yeah, it's obviously this. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was just like mindlessly clicking. I wasn't using my brain. When I use my brain, nothing seems to work. But when I turn off my brain and just click random buttons, it works. Anyway. Ha, yes! There you go, Lieutenant. Easy, right? Yeah, easy, something like that. As you step back from the terminal, a waft of cold air from the now open doorway hits you and a chill runs up your spine. Pensively eye the entryway, taking a few steps to your right to get a better look inside. As you'd expect, you can see the doctor's body lying on an operating table. You shiver, although this time not from the cold air that was leaching into the climate-controlled warmth of the main sickbay. Everything alright, Lieutenant? The chief appears beside you, her hand on your shoulder. Yeah, just 10 more left. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's fine. I was just thinking about what we have to do next. I got you, Lieutenant. Never nice seeing one of the crew like this. Yeah. Temperature just outside the door is almost as cold as the room beyond, and as the chills continue to spread, you rub your arms instinctively to warm them. You knew that you'd always planned to get in there to examine his body, but now that it was possible, we've gotta do what we gotta do. It is what it is. It is what it is. You repeat. Let's go! Use. Come on, Lieutenant. Let's get to it. You hesitate for a moment before nodding, which the chief takes as a sign to enter. As she walks into the room, the chief becomes a vague silhouette, barely visible behind the frosted glass. With her out of the view, you clench your fist a few times, then follow her into the room. Never been here before, although you'd taken a few opportunities to peek inside the glass. The glass wasn't frosted. When the glass wasn't frosted, on the few times you'd visited the sickbay, they weren't particularly reassuring to look at from the other side of the glass, but your proximity to the automated surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects which themselves were attached to the room ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing.
The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with caught light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Cypher Rosarium. He looks fine. We don't even get a background of what the operating room looks like. Well, you shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you'd encountered the bodies of the crew on the O'Brien, those weren't people that you'd interacted with, spoken with, people you'd known. Laying here on the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. As sedate as he'd been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. If the chief was feeling the same way, she wasn't showing it. Alright then, Lieutenant. What are you looking for? Well, I guess I should look for clues, I guess. Or injuries is good too. Like the murder weapon. Oh my gosh, this turned into Ace Attorney real quick. I'll overwrite that puzzle. Don't wanna go through that again. Let's see. Both are good. I don't know about looking at his prosthetics, but both are good. But I guess knowing the murder weapon would be nice. We can figure out how he died, and that might give us an indication who the killer was. Maybe his eye's a camera. True, or it could just be an artificial eye. I don't think they have the technology for that, unless... Or at the least, it shows us that Cassie couldn't have done it. Sure, you're the security officer. Guess that makes you something like a detective, huh? The edges of your mouth involuntarily curl upward slightly as the chief's question reminds you of how Cassie had reacted to your petition when you first met. She'd been so excited about her misconception that you were on ships to solve crimes that you didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise until her fourth electronic mail asking you if you'd had any murder cases yet. Still, neither Chief nor Cassie were entirely incorrect. The head security officer was responsible for gathering information and evidence prior to a case being handed over to internal investigations or the military police if something happened whilst out in space. Kind of, I guess. Had been giving training and assessing a body, but only for particularly surface level things. Hopefully that'd be enough. Okay, let's see. Starting from his feet, working upwards, you generally assess for any signs of broken bones, swelling, dislocation, or wounds, finding nothing. As you move up his body, you still don't find anything except that his cybernetics extended further than you were aware of, the good portion of his left leg and chest proving to be mechanical. With your assessment continuing to be fruitless, you eventually move on to the doctor's head. Sweeping back his hair to check for bumps and bruises, you notice something strange around his eyepiece. So it was his eyepiece! Chief, look at this! What is it? It's subtle, but look! You gesture to the edges of the doctor's prosthetic, where the device meets the doctor's skin. Signs of singeing, and minor burns run along the edges with the lens of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. Strange. Looks like the device has overloaded. But the power cells used in his prosthetic shouldn't produce enough currents to shock him even in the situation where... So you think the doctor may have been shocked? The electro weapon? The electro weapon? But like, that wouldn't kill anybody. That would just like shock them. Looks that way, but it shouldn't be possible. Electric shock. It could only be the weapon. The electric shock weapon, but... Yeah, like a taser. But that wouldn't be enough to kill him. You briefly dwell on the possibilities. How shocking. Just like on the O'Brien. Oh yeah! The staff on the O'Brien were fried! Yeah, if we recall back on last stream, when we found the bodies in O'Brien, they were fried. Why is it happening to us? Weird! What do you think could have caused this? Nothing in the room. Nothing in the other room. There's some obvious damage to anything that would expose any electronics with the power to do this. Can't see anything in here that could have delivered this level of shock. The fib paddles are still on their mounts. No damage to the automated assistance. had to have been something someone brought in. Like an electroshock weapon. Whoa, Chief. You don't think I did this, do you? I don't know, Lieutenant, did you? No, I came in, found the doctor dead and got attacked just before I could check on Cassie. Why would I kill the doctor? Chief's hard glare drops the temperature of the room by a few more degrees as she watches you from the other side of the operating table that the doctor had been laid down on. You'd have to be pretty stupid to murder someone, then break out and drag another member of the crew to show them evidence which you did. Which showed you did, huh? You breathe a sigh of relief which turns to a small cloud of vapor in front of you. Yeah, you would. I guess we have our answer there. Even if it raises more questions, now that we figured this out. Look for clues! Oh, we should have looked at his prosthetics. Hydrate. Ugh, I need a drink. There's nothing useful out in the main sickbay. I couldn't find any trace of anyone else being here but Commander Kin. We're lucky there might be some evidence on the doctor that we can use. Although your training in handling what could be considered a crime scene or evidence was brief, you hope that the small amount you've been taught might come in useful. I don't notice any obvious signs of bruising on the doctor to indicate he'd been grabbed, and there's no signs of any use of a weapon either. After looking at the fingernails on his left arm and not seeing any signs of skin or blood, you're about to give up when you check his mechanical hand. Chief, look at this! What is it? You raise the doctor's mechanical arm, twisting it slightly so that she can see the back of his hand. As soon as she notices what you're pointing out, she takes the arm off you. Knuckle joints and tops of fingers, both crumpled. Augment's military grade. You must have hit something hard for this to happen. What you found? Take a look. Gently, the chief extracts something from the joint between the index finger and the knuckle, then passes it to you. You carefully take the small fragment of her and hold it between your thumb and forefinger, bringing it up to your eye. It looks like a small metal chip. Maybe a piece of whatever he hit. Pass it back. Maybe, but there's nothing on the ship made using something like this. She pauses, her brow furrowing deeper into a scowl. Except that thing in the hangar. Huh? What? Think this is something to do with that? Chief walks over to the nearby hand washing station and takes a few sheets from a roll of disposable towels, wrapping the small fragments up before placing it into her pocket. Can't say for sure, but it looks like it. Why the doctor, though? No idea. You pause as you consider this new piece of information. It had given you a fresh perspective to consider, but if anything, it just created more questions. That's all I can see that looks useful. Okay, let's look at his prosthetics. Think there's anything we can learn from his prosthetics? Would they keep any information about his condition or anything like that? Cerium's augments are pretty old, but... Chief reaches into one of the pockets of her overalls and pulls up a small screwdriver, much smaller than the one Dylan had snuck into your meal. Methodically, she begins to assess the doctor's right arm, following the edges of various panels. Eventually, she raises the arms, which yields easily, finding a series of screws on the underside of his mechanical forearm. Each screw is quickly removed and placed neatly into a nearby surgical basin, followed by a panel that the chief lifts away. Although the chief is simply disassembling a piece of machinery, can't help but feel a little queasy as you watch her work given the situation you're in. With the air of a surgeon about her, she continues to methodically disassemble the interior of the doctor's arm until she places the screwdriver down and pulls out the small circuit board, which remains connected by a series of wires. This. She holds the board up and turns it to face you, showing that it has a small screen and a series of buttons on the other side. Should give us a log of the doctor's vitals, but it looks like the whole unit's been deactivated. Hold it for a second. As it's passed over, you can't help but notice the trail of wires and cables heading back into the forearm towards the doctor's elbow joints and wrists like a series of veins and arteries. He's a Teletubby! That's the root. That's the truth.
You swallow nervously, looking away as the chief continues to dissect the interior of the mechanical arm. Unnerved by the procedure being carried out next to you, but still having to hold onto the component, you close your eyes and steady your breathing. There. There's a click as she lays a burned out battery in the surgical basin, and you see that a series of wires coming out from the doctor's arms are now connected to a fresh-looking battery that sits just to his side. So, Lieutenant, what does it say? You look at the screen of the device. All you can see are 4 flashing numbers separated by a colon. Maybe this is the code! 2129. 2129. 2129. What is it? A diagnostic code? No, it's the time. The time that he was murdered! But it's not. You go look at your wristwatch. The time the power on his prosthetic failed, Lieutenant. Okay. 2129. If that's when the power on his prosthetic failed, do you think that's when he died? Yeah, probably. These things run the power cells, but it looks like whatever got him took them out too. I came to visit Commander Kin just after 2130, so whoever killed the doctor must have got to him just before I arrived. Now we know when he died. Maybe we can cross-reference it against the ship's logs. See who was where and when, something like that. Not a bad idea, Lieutenant. Interesting. Interesting. Thanks, Chief. Alright, let's... Hold on. The Chief takes a small circuit board off you and returns it to the interior of the doctor's arm, carefully replacing the wiring before reattaching the panel with the screws she'd removed earlier. Didn't want to leave him in pieces, you know? Doesn't seem right. Aw, rip doctor. Rip in peace. Okay, let's leave the doctor in peace. He's not got anything left to tell us. Yeah, I'm with you there. You follow the Chief out of the room, stopping by the terminal to reset the components and replace the screen. As you click the screen back onto its mounting, the door hisses shut, stemming the flow of cold air from the surgery wing into the sickbay. Just before it closes, you catch one final glimpse of the doctor. All you can think about as he disappears from your view is that if you had got here a few minutes earlier, maybe you could have done something. Aww. As we talk to Sheep. What a way to go, huh? Mean the doctor? Yeah, classic signs of electrocution. The singeing, his prosthetics all being shorted out, looks like he got hit with something pretty powerful. Seems like he hit something that was pretty powerful too. Way his hand was all caved in and all. Even if someone did get him an electroshock weapon, it looks like he got a good swing in on whoever it was. Punch like that could take a jaw clean off. Wonder if, as the Chief begins to go over potential scenarios to explain what happened to the doctor, you think about what you found. If it had just been the injuries associated with the electrocution, you'd be able to assume that it was one of the incidents with an electroshock weapon. But given the condition his fist was in, as well as the small fragment of black metal that the Chief said matched what was in the hangar, if what you were beginning to suspect was true, you had something much more dangerous than Vanessa on board. Dalton? Or the pilot inside the robot, the big robot, in the hangar. No way it's Dalton. No way. Okay, haven't found what we came for. Maybe this? Something got you down, Lieutenant? Just thinking about the doctor's data pad. We could have everything we need on it, but without his password, there's nothing we can do. You sure you live everywhere? Misarium was good with medical equipments, but no good with the computers. I bet you he's written his password down somewhere. Maybe there is something I missed. I missed something. A vague memory returns to you and you head over to the desk, opening the top drawer. Aside from a collection of plugs and cables, you already emptied it of everything that had seemed important. You slide it closed and move on to the one below it, opening it to find that without the datapad inside, all it contained was sticky note that you'd previously peeled off the screen. Oh, that's sticky note. Could it be that easy? You temper your expectations as you read what'd been written. Device asks me to press any key to continue. Ask Cathay's location of any key not visible on keyboard. Oh! The doctor cannot be serious. What'd you find? Exasperated, you pass her the note as her eyes scan the writing on it. A broad smile fills her face. I remember when he asked me about this. Laughed so much I scared the hell out of the cadet. Had to explain to the guy that the computer's instructions weren't as literal as he was treating them. Cassie just saw an instruction and followed it. Okay. So does that mean we can use this now? Literal. Enter password. It's gonna be password. It's gonna be password. Dr. Rosarium, you cannot be serious. So what was it, Lieutenant? Password as in enter password. A huge smile erupts on the chief's face and she laughs loudly, giving you such a hearty series of pats on the back that you almost launch the datapad across the room. Hacker man! Good old Rosarium. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the chief maintains her grin. We can always count on that guy to get straight to the point. Good work figuring it out, Lieutenant. See if you can find something useful on that device. Will do. Okay. Medic. Medical records. It contains the medical records of everyone on board the gun dog. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really sensitive materials, but there could be something in there that helps me. I need to make sure I only look at what I need to. I'm gonna save here. Okay, let's start with Bartholomews. Oh wait, Cassandra maybe? Okay, wait, Bartholomews first. Here we go, Chief. Yeah? Just found a record for the captain. Says he found her unresponsive due to, alcohol-induced vasalgia. Undiagnosed alcoholism. Because of what? Something called vasalgia. It says she was unresponsive, so that proves she wasn't absent on purpose. Works for us. Keep looking at the tablet. What else is on that tablet? We need some information that proves Kin's got nothing to do with this. Yes. Okay. There we go. Minya. Isn't it this one? Nutri shake powder. So it was Cassandra eating the Nutri shake powders, maybe? Because of her gastric distress. Unconscious. Loss of consciousness. Well, I found something. Task. Let's see. Chief, I've got something about Commander Kin. Yeah? Anything good? Maybe. Says here she gave her sedatives at 21:22. It was around 21:30 when I came down and found the doctor dead before getting attacked. That's nearly 10 minutes before Rosarian's augments were knocked offline too. There's no way she could have attacked him if she'd just been sedated, let alone kill him. She wouldn't have been in a state to do much of anything. So we got the Lieutenant Commander being dosed up with sedatives and Bartholomews having, what the doctor call it? Vasalgia? When the power was off. Looks like we've got enough to prove the Lord's full of crap. Definitely. This will really be useful. Ah! Isla Coleman. Why was I shocked seeing my own name? I was like, oh my god, my name is in this game! I forgot. Yeah, I am a character in this game. Oh, why did that shock me? Oh my god, my heart is beating. Anyway, we got all that we need, I guess. Got all that I need.
There we go, Lieutenant. I think that's it. Datapad shows that Kin and Bartholomew were both out of action when the blackout happened. Then we got information on that pad, as well as what we found out from the doctor himself. That shows there's no way she could be the killer. Should be pretty convincing for everyone, right?
Yeah.
What's up? Figure you'd be excited about all the solid alibis we've got for the captain and commander.
I was just thinking we can show that it wasn't the captain and it wasn't Commander Kin, but there's still an imposter among us! Still got no idea who it was, right? Someone on this ship is responsible for the doctor's murder, and if we don't find out, they'll still be out there. Even if we get Captain Bartholomew back on the bridge, we're all targets, right? We need to figure out who it was.
It's a good point, Lieutenant. How are you gonna do it?
Well, the datapad got me thinking. The doctor has his logs, right? Not that different from the whole ship. Almost everything is logged, so if we look at the records, we should be able to figure out who it actually was by tracking the crew's movements. But with Lord on the bridge, she'd have the incense on us before we got anywhere near the reports. Wouldn't surprise me if she got a panic button all set up for something.
Hey, no problem there.
Hmm?
We don't need to go through the bridge. Everything on this ship goes through the central computer!
Yes, why did we think about that?
We can get over to engineering and take a look at the records there. Easy, but
Chris and Haru are at the engineering. You gotta get rid of them.
When the instance notice? Don't worry about it. I've got them kept busy in one of the engine rooms.
But still.
Take a look to make sure the coast is clear too.
Thanks, Chief.
No problem.
Oh, Chief.
Best girl. Following the chief's lead as you enter the elevator and the doors close behind you as soon as you enter. After the short journey in silence, they slide open again, revealing the central hub. Just follow me, cool man. If I see anyone around, I'll make sure to give you a heads up. Only manage to nod in response before the chief confidently strides out of the elevator and towards the aft thoroughfare, leaving you to follow her out. Although she makes her way towards the corridor with utmost confidence, you're more furtive, constantly looking over your shoulder and down the other corridors you pass. As you head towards the engineering department, you notice the terminal attached to the entrance to the armory and how it's identical to the one you'd managed to hack in the sickbay.
Chief, wait!
What's going on, Lieutenant?
Well... Oh! I accidentally clicked something! Oh my gosh, wait. No, I don't want to overwrite. Load. Okay. Chief has 2 guns already.
She does. She does.
Me on the other hand, I am unequipped though, so they also took my weapon, so
I think we need weapons.
Yeah. Plans to convince the rest of the crew and get them behind us before we approach Vanessa and the ensigns. But what if the ensigns don't listen to reason? Vanessa's gone this far to take control. How much further do you think she's willing to go to keep it? Trust me, I don't want to come to this, but if it does...
I got you, Lieutenant. It makes sense. Ensigns should still be in the engine room if they've got any sense, and if anyone else comes along, I can deal with them. You know what to do. Get going.
Ah, Chief!
The Chief's assurance that you won't be bothered by the ensigns. You get to work removing the top of the terminal's casing, exposing the mechanism within.
Ah! I just gotta do the same thing as earlier, right? Or is this a different one? No, this is a different one. Frick! It's a different one! Oh, that was easy. Okay. That was easy! What did I say? I'm a professional at this.
As you rotate the final node, the electricity is redirected and then the door slides open. Quickly slip inside the room, followed by the chief. Get the weapon. As you review the weapon inside the locker, you decide on a submachine gun SMG! Like the one currently in Hanson's possession. It wasn't much, but it was the most powerful weapon in the armory, and it would put you on a level playing field at the very least. You go to open the locker, but quickly stop.
What?
What's wrong, Lieutenant? These lockers are set to alert the bridge whenever they're open. If I were to just take a weapon, Vanessa would be onto us for sure. There's no way for me to get it out without giving us away. Makes sense. Can't mess around with the components on these systems either. They're much newer than what it's in the terminals. Oh man. Hang on, cool man.
Chief, save me! Help me, Chief!
You watch as the chief steps back, looking up towards the top of the lockers. Pacing from one end of the room to the other side. To the other, she stops occasionally to look at the conduit or bunch of cables. Eventually, she heads to the left side of the series of lockers and places her hand on the top, effortlessly heaving herself up in one motion. Get ready to grab what you need, then shut the door again. Okay? Understood? You place your hand on the locker's handle, waiting for the chief to take action. Understood. With a sharp tug, the chief pulls 3 large cables out of the wall. Now, Lieutenant! Pull open the door and fumble in darkness, eventually grabbing one of the guns and few magazines. You place them down beside you and then slam the door shut. It's closed, Chief! Got you! With a huff, the chief drops back down to the floor. You look up and past her and see that the cables have been inserted back into the wall. Decide to disrupt the circuit the room's on. Might show us a blip on the bridge, so let's go before anyone comes to investigate. Thanks, Chief. You gather up your weapon and ammunition and leave the room. I got an SMG! Now outside, you take a few seconds to reset the components and replace the casing on the terminal, causing the door to slide shut. You follow the engine down the remainder of the thoroughfare and arrive in the engineering department. She pauses for a moment, looks around, then with the same self-assuredness continues her way towards the central computer. You follow her along the series of catwalks that lead you there, keeping a constant watch towards the engine rooms in case one of the ensigns were to emerge. Fortunately, your journey is uneventful and you arrive at the door. So what's the plan? To get in, Lieutenant? Nothing complicated, Chief. Pull Cassie's key card out of your pocket and present it to the engineer who takes note of the name on the card. Not bad. Where'd you get that? During the blackout, Laura never took it off me and... You slide the card through the reader on the terminal and the door hisses open. Looks like since they've got the Lieutenant Commander locked up, they never thought to deactivate her access. Rookie error for Lord, but works for us. Get inside, Lieutenant. You follow the chief's instruction and duck inside the small room with her behind you. As soon as you enter the room that houses the central computer, you know that you're going to have problems. The room was small, barely larger than a small cupboard, and there was just about room for one person to operate the computer, let alone... Hey, Lieutenant, move over, would you? I've got a...
We can't fit in here, Chief! You're too chunky! Ah!
As the chief muscles her way into the room, you're immediately pushed up against the keyboard and monitor. As she continues to force her considerable heft inside, it's all you can do to squirm your way towards one of the corners to avoid being crushed. I think they make these bigger, wouldn't you, Coleman? Now small, It's all about you can manage as you continue to adjust yourself to try to find a position that you can actually breathe in. Right, so how do you figure we're going to find out who got to the doctor, Lieutenant? Well, you take a breath as the chief shifts around. If we look up who went into the sickbay immediately before me, that should give us our answer. Gotcha, let me just... As if slowly plucking parts out of a toolkit, the chief's typing is slow, but methodical. With both hands raised over the keyboard, she scans the letter, then strikes the ones she's after, beginning the whole process again for each following character. Takes a while, but eventually a window appears with a long list of names, dates, and times. 23rd of April, PC 214, 2130. We've got Lieutenant Isla Coleman, But before that, we've got... Chief Boss is making you shift and wriggle to get a better view of the screen. Huh? No information. Sickbay 2129. What does that even mean? How can there be no information? Hang on a second. I'm gonna... The chief's voice trails off as she resumes her same methodical process of hunting for the keys she needs, slowly proceeding by typing with just 2 fingers. 2 fingers? She's typing with 2 fingers! Oh my god. As a different selection of logs, lists, and files appear on screen, you hear the chief mutter to herself. Not that there's no info, it's a log with just no user data. There's no user data. Hey! Shouldn't be possible. Whether it's a keycard or biodata, Bartholomew has to authorize every crew profile. The system shouldn't allow dummies. Huh? Chief, hey, what is it? Suddenly, the chief places the tip of her finger on the screen, pointing to a set of entries. No information, sickbay 2129, just before I got here. You carry on working your way down the list. No information, crew quarters 5, 2102. That's Cassie's cabin. No information, central computer 2021. No information, engine room 1933. No information. No information? So it's anonymous. No information, hangar 1850. That was just after you and Hansen crashed that Juno right into the hangar. Ha! Bring that machine with you. You both stand in silence as the information room remains on the screen, flickering ever so slightly as the brilliant green strand stands out on the dark black of the screen. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get going. Without warning, the chief steps back and out of the room, grabbing you by the arm and dragging you with her. Chief, hang on! You struggle against the chief's iron grip as she pulls you out of the small room and along the catwalk which leads back towards the engineering department exit. Chief, wait, we can't just... Despite her gloved hand encircling your entire forearm, you manage to wrestle yourself free, taking a few steps backward as she turns to grab you again. Get over here, Coleman! We've got to tell Lord what's going on! Huh? I know it's bad, Chief, but we can't just... Damn right it's bad! I don't care what's going on with you and her right now. Something's gotta be done. It's gotta be done. Chief, think about that for a second! You go up to the bridge and tell Vanessa that she's wrong. How do you think she's going to react? If she's made herself the captain, she can act like the damn captain and get the ship swept for intruders. Quit messing around, and do you think Vanessa will really do that, Chief? How do you think she'll react if you tell her that you figure out there's an intruder in the ship that's responsible for everything she's blaming on me, the captain and Cassie? Think she'll admit her this mistake? Wait, so the intruder is the pilot? Maybe? The intruder is the pilot of the robot? She'll be the one up for execution as a mutineer if that happens. Best case scenario, she ignores you. Worst case, I got it, Lieutenant! If we can't go to Lord, then we can... She pauses and you see the frustration continue to burn in her eyes until after a moment she drops her shoulders and exhales, releasing her pent-up tension. We wouldn't be able to direct action, but then we could set up an alert if the dummy ID is detected. Risk is that we need to stay by the terminal feeding back the report, so unless... Chief, hey! Plan's not changed, Chief. Can't go to Vanessa, but if we go to the rest of the crew, we can convince them of what's really happened. Once we've done that, we can get her out of the way, get the captain back in command, and deal with whatever's actually happening on this ship properly. But we need to figure out what that actually is before anything else. If we know their aim, then we'll also be in a better position to deal with what's happening, so then we could. You breathe a sigh of relief as the chief begins to mutter to herself, her eyes darting forward and backwards as she quickly gets absorbed into the specifics of how the situation could be handled. Take advantage of her distraction to pause and center yourself. You found out a lot about what had happened, but so much of it was just disparate information. You need to bring it all together to figure out what's really going on. You can already tell by the intense look
focus on her face that the chief was already focused on planning how to handle the intruder once you've got the crew on your side. Her instinct for problem solving would be crucial in getting to the bottom of this whole thing. Chief! Huh? Lieutenant? We can start on a plan to deal with whoever's responsible once we figure out who that is and what they're doing. But where do we start with that? How do we get all this figured out? Lord's first big claim was Kin killed Rosarium, although I don't know why he'd be the target. It's not like he... What about that being her first big claim, Chief? Right, we need to convince everyone that Kin didn't kill the doctor. That's what's got everyone spooked. Definitely makes you and her look like the bad guys. If we prove she didn't do it... Right, so what we do know that proves Cassie didn't do it. Condition she was in. She'd have been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I arrived minutes after when his tablet shows she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, it's all there. She couldn't possibly have killed him. Oh my gosh. The music! Ace Attorney! Oh my god. This is like Ace Attorney cross-examination BGM. She couldn't have possibly killed him. She was unconscious at the time it happened. That makes sense. The sedatives they use for onboard care are pretty fast acting. If Rosarium gave them to Kin, she'd be out like in a fight. Oh, out like a light. We've got his logs, a timestamp too. Well, hell, Romney and I had to carry her to her quarters. Girl was dead to the world. Not bad, Lieutenant. I think you're onto something. Thanks, Chief. Makes sense to me. If Kin's knocked out, there's no way she can kill anyone. Exactly. Now that we got that figured out, we can... But... Your stomach drops. You thought for a moment that you dealt with Vanessa's accusations toward Cassie, but the hesitant look on the Chief's face said otherwise. What is it, Chief? Lord's not gonna let it be that easy. Kin was sedated, sure, but those meds take a few minutes to be effective. What are you saying, Chief? We're gonna need to stay a few steps ahead of Lord, Lieutenant. Get in her head. Think how she'll argue back, then deal with that. If you tell her Kin was sedated when Rosarium died, she'll come straight back with something like, how'd you know she didn't kill him before the sedatives took effect? Ugh, you're right, she would. Those drugs act quickly though. Cassie couldn't have been awake for long. Doesn't matter. If Lord sees an opening, she'll go for it. So, we need to prove she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious, right? Well, she couldn't have because... Why couldn't Cassie kill the doctor before sedatives took effect? There's no signs of struggle. If Cassie had fought with the doctor, there'd be signs of it, right? Bruises on either one of them, clothing out of place, broken skin, wounds, something like that. Do you really think that after being sedated, Cassie could effortlessly take out the doctor, head over to her bed, and lie on it ready to fall asleep? The only sign of fight we saw was the doctor's hand being damaged, but Cassie couldn't have done it. There was nothing in the room that looked like it'd been hit. The doctor must have landed a blow on whatever was attacking him, but we know that couldn't have been Cassie. She'd have been seriously hurt. I've seen those injuries when you took her to her quarters. It's gotta be pretty conclusive, right? I guess there's that. When I carried Kin out, she seemed alright, aside from being unconscious and all. Still though, cabinets and cupboards were all busted up. Kin may not look like she was in a fight, but it definitely looks like there was one. That could have been that could have been Cassie. That much broken glass, she'd have cut herself, but I couldn't find blood anywhere. Besides, how could all that happen before the sedatives kicked in? You got me there, Lieutenant. But that doesn't really matter if we can't prove it wasn't Kin. That's why we're here. We want to prove it wasn't Kin. There's gonna be someone else. So how can you prove she didn't kill him? Cause of that. Yeah, the electrocution. I didn't think about that. Whoopsie. The heck? Oh, she could have killed him. You'll need more than that, Coleman. Cause of death. Think about it. Never killed him, also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along where his body met the metal. That could have been done by a source of high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there. No one mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, then managed to hide it again, it's a ridiculous scenario.
Yeah, that's right. I don't remember seeing one when I arrived. Didn't find one. But what if Lord does her own investigation, finds an electroshock weapon in there? She wouldn't. I searched that room from top to bottom. Yeah, but what if she did? Might not have been there when you look, but she could still find one. That's ridiculous. She'd been planting evidence. You think that rat wouldn't? Lord's not playing fair, Lieutenant, so we need this bolted down. Okay, why couldn't Cassie have hidden a weapon? Gosh. Captain would have known? Because of the alarm? The captain can vouch that she didn't have one. The captain... Yeah, that's right. Captain's responsibility for granting access to the armory. If she didn't give Cassie access, then she couldn't have got one. Good point, Lieutenant, but how do we prove it? Nothing about what's going on in standard procedure, Coleman. Confirming the captain. The captain that Lord's locked up because she says she's a traitor? Maybe not. Okay, yeah. Okay, she didn't have access. Doctor would have seen it first. She can't access the armory. Have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. Sound pretty confident there, Coleman, you sure? Absolutely, she couldn't have one because she can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's the captain that grants authority to crew members to access it. If the captain never granted her access, she wouldn't be able to get in one. That's a big if. Well, I can prove it easy enough. Running this through the terminal outside the armory will show that she couldn't get in. It's the same reason I didn't ask for your card just now. It wouldn't have worked. So if she never had access, she could have got her hands on one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Even without the card, the weapons that have been taken will show on the ship's log. If you're right, the only electroshock weapon down as taken should be yours. It's got to be enough proof to prove Cassie didn't do it, right? Pretty airtight to me, Coleman. Kin would have been unconscious because of the meds, and even if she wasn't, the way Rosarium died doesn't make sense because she can't get into the armory. It'd be hard for anyone to argue with that. Great! That's Kin. What about Bartholomew? Yeah, what about her? Forgot about her. Captain? You're hit with a realization that you'd been so focused on proving Cassie's innocent that you'd completely forgotten that Vanessa had leveled other allegations against the captain. That's right. Lord accused her of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout, didn't she? Wonder how the captain's doing? Still drunk. She's drunk. She's like on lockdown. She's in her quarters, locked there, but she's drunk when he visited her. Kin 2. Ugh. You're right. I bet even if we convince everyone that Cassie's innocent of killing the doctor, then Lord will just focus on the sabotage. It's not like she's let the truth get in her way so far. She's a slippery one. Hey, buck up, Coleman. We've got stuff with Kin and Rosarium figured out. All we gotta do is deal with this. Then we can show everyone Lord's nothing but a liar. So don't start moping now. You're right. Haven't you kind of put the blame on yourself since you had the No, it was taken from us. Oh, wait, no. It was taken after the meeting. Oh, no, but the timestamp, the logs. The logs, too. I don't know. Ugh, complicated stuff. So many to think about. And to convince everyone that the captain and Cassie didn't have anything to do with the sabotage and that they weren't dodging their duties. What do we know about them? The medical records! Gosh. Overwrite your save. Both unwell. Inactivity, right? That was a choice? Basically, yeah. Producing the doctor's data, we can see that both of them were unwell at the time the blackout happened. There was no choice about it. Doctor made note of what happened to Cassie as well as all the scan and treatments he gave Cassie. Wait, what? The captain. He wouldn't have done that unless he'd found cause to. That proves there was genuine medical need. Doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew will believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yeah, Rosarium would have done all of those scans on Kin unless he found something wrong. Captain too. Notice a condition and a treatment plan. I think you've got it, Lieutenant. Okay? Both in the clear? Took me a while, but we got there. Hell, this doesn't convince me. But, something bothering you? Even though we found
Even though we got that figured out, it leaves us with needing to find out who is actually responsible. If we can show who the real culprit was, then Vanessa will just worm her way out of it, say that the captain and Cassie are still the most likely culprits. It's a good point. Ha! Who's a real culprit? Intruder, maybe? Maybe? I don't think it was anyone from the crew. No? Think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We're all totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that happened from within the ship either. They haven't figured out what caused it otherwise. Yeah, I reviewed the diagnostics, and although there were some fluctuations in the main grid, that was. Plus, the same thing happened to the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. What? Yeah, the doctor on board the O'Brien found her dead. Not like how Dr. Rosarum died, it looked more like she was killed with physical force. But the sickbay was all smashed up. That was the same. Then we know that no one except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way we can see he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay show that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone from the crew going in. Just this no information. And we know when they first showed up. So you're saying that whoever was on board that thing when it arrived has done all this? The only way it makes all sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I thought with that much compound covering it, there'd be no way any pilot could get out. The machine didn't have any hatches, no surface details to indicate an access point, nothing on the exposed parts. You might be right, Lieutenant. No one on board has got all the skills needed to pull this off, even if they wanted to. Why'd they even do this? Why'd they do it though? That laser or whatever machine could have torn the gun dog to pieces. If it's an enemy pilot, why would they do all this? What are they trying to get out of this? They're pirates. They're pirates, Chief. Trust me. They're pirates, Chief. Spy? I think they're after Cassie. Maybe they're a spy. Could be a spy? Spy, huh? Yeah, someone from the Solar Federation trying to use their state-of-the-art technology to find out what's going on in the JUCF. Maybe to infiltrate ships to steal information. But we already caught them and now their whole plan's gone up in smoke, so they're trying to get rid of us? Ever been on a ship where they found a spy, Lieutenant? No, but I have. Back when I was on the Albus. Quiet guy, worked alongside me maintaining one of the first batches of new model Junos. The manufacturers sent him to help us out. Spent months working with him, and then one day the MPs come down to the hangar and take him away. Turns out he'd been using the Albus connection to the JCF network to feed information to the Terrans. Everything he did was on the down low. He only got found out because someone in the data admin noticed the access dates on the information didn't line up with the scheduled reviews. Point is that spies don't go about blowing up ships before they've got what they want. They just move on, keep quiet. If the spy's good, you never find out they were there at all. A spy wouldn't do something like lure us out here just to get on board so they could kill the crew. Alright, maybe not a spy, but what if it's still something secret though, like a weapon test? Like the Terrans don't have enough ships to test new machines out on? Okay. After Cassie? No way it's gonna be pirates! Right, this may sound crazy, Chief, but hear me out. Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie, but why though? After Trin, huh? I'm gonna need some explanation on that one. Well, there's a couple of things. I might be wrong, but I think it's because... she has a connection? Take a deep breath in. You still weren't totally sure with everything you'd noticed, all the odd happenings that you'd been picked up on. It felt like the only explanation. You still couldn't quite form a full picture of what was going on in your head, but you knew you were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There'd been things happening that haven't made sense.
On their own, they didn't seem like anything to worry about, but now that you're here, we're here, they do. When I reactivated the Gundog's computer, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge's comms just before the whole ship shut down and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire. Everyone's crew reports were flashing up on the screen. Oh yeah, the glitch! But the only one that stayed was hers. Oh yeah! Yeah. When we infiltrated the central computer, only Cassie's data showed up. Yeah! We're on to something. Then the whole thing shut down. At the time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the sudden loss of power. But now, I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from the machine when it was on the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she heard that signal too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. Oh, it's her. Things keep happening to her. After Kin, huh? Can't explain what you've seen, Lieutenant. The central computer shouldn't display any files on the fresh boot. Any previous session would have been lost when the power went off. Some of what you're saying, yeah, it does kind of look like that way. Kin's just a lieutenant commander, though. What makes you think someone would be after her? That I don't know anymore. She was left alive? How they left her alive? How they left her alive? That's right, in the sickbay they didn't harm her. When I got there, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone head down into the sickbay before I did, so they must have gone down there at least a few minutes ahead of me. They would have had plenty of time to kill her as well. But they didn't! They left her alive! You survived your encounter too, Lieutenant. Don't you think that maybe killing the doctor was an accident? But that's only because Hansen raised the alarm after he noticed them attack me. I was lucky that the blow didn't kill me. It easily could have, and if Hansen hadn't pulled the alarm, they'd have been able to finish me off just like the doctor. So they killed the doctor and they attacked me. Why was Cassie left unharmed? They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted her for something, right? Chief goes quiet as a pensive look crosses her face. Her eyes look downwards before they start darting back and forth, a telltale sign that she's deep in thought. This time though, there's none of her usual mumbling. Instead, she's completely silent, although you notice her lip twitch ever so lightly. Trusted the chief. That's why you'd gone to her to help you through this. If you couldn't convince her about what you were thinking, or at least give her enough reason to have faith in you, there was no way you'd be able to get the rest of the crew on your side. She seemed to think you were right about the doctor's death and the sabotage, but could you convince her that Cassie was at the heart of this? There could be a lot of reasons why they didn't kill her, Coleman. That she was unconscious, so wasn't a witness. Really think that this is what it all comes down to? Yes I am. How can you be so sure? Don't you think this is just a big coincidence or something? How it's all tied together? I don't think so, Chief. After all... That ties everything together? They could have destroyed the gun dog. What about the fact that the gun dog is still in one piece? That crap, whatever it is, it ripped through the O'Brien like it was nothing, then made it all the way to the gun dog. Why didn't it just destroy the ship then and there? Hansen and I saw how powerful its beam weapon is. It sliced through the O'Brien's armor with ease. If we'd been caught by the beam in our Juno, then we'd have been vaporized in a second. Why didn't it destroy the ship when it had every chance to? Why did it go dead at the exact moment it did, when we'd fly it right into our hangar? Why is the ship still online when that thing could knock it offline with a single signal? Why did all of this happen? Why does everything keep coming back to Cassie? Chief stands silently in front of you, imposing and quiet. There was a passion and fury in her amber eyes, something in her look that made you feel like you were being disassembled, like a machine being examined for faults. Had you gone too far in pushing your point? Was this the wrong direction to take? Had you missed something? I get it, Chief. I know all sounds nuts, but with everything I've seen, it's really... You're on to something, Lieutenant. Chief? You think so? Gotta say, what you're putting forward attracts with everything that's happened. Timeline, what we've seen. With all that in mind, seems like Kin's definitely got herself caught up in something. Of course, if that's what's going on, then they're not going to stop. They're not gonna stop now that they're so close. Probably try something else. No time for messing around, Coleman. We need to get to the crew. Oh, we need to get the crew together. Screw Lord's game. Thanks, Chief. I'm glad that you heard me out. I know it's a big risk, but hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've done good. Chief! Chief, thank you! Now, if we... Oh. Is that... Without thinking, you sprint away from the Chief and towards the entrance into the aft thoroughfare. Hey, get back here! What? Despite the Chief's call, you continue towards the sound of the gunfire that tears through the air. As a security officer, you know that this was your duty, but beyond that, you had a terrible feeling. What if you realized everything too late? What? You dash out of engineering and down the length of the corridor. The sound of gunfire reverberating through the long hallway. A piercing staccato is beaten out in the distance, and you drop to the floor as bullets punch through the space around you. You scramble back to your feet, bolting towards the central hub as a flurry of shots answer the volley you've narrowly evaded. Another burst of gunfire cracks through the air just after you dive out of the thoroughfare, a clatter of bullets striking the wall behind you. More shots fly past as you scrabble along the floor, finally finding safety by pressing yourself up against the wall adjacent to the forward-side thoroughfare entrance. Cool, man, what the hell are you doing here? And why are you smiling at me, Hansen? The two ensigns crouch on either side of the entryway. Hansen looks at you in confusion as Haru leans around the corner, firing off another burst. Doesn't matter what's going on! What does it look like? Damn it! Haru quickly ducks behind the corner just as another salvo pierces the space student. Hansen responds in kind before returning to cover. Who is it? Friend of Kin's, it looked like. Hey! What? You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back. What the? Wait! Almost outside, slash against the wall leading to the crew corridor is an unconscious Cassie. Cassie! Both of you, hold your fire. You might hit Cassie. Well, stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant. Ugh! As lethal back and forth continues, the central hub fills with the stink of gunfire and hot metal. You'd been right. Someone was after Cassie, but you realized it too late. What would you do now? If you let this carry on, it won't be until Cassie is caught up by a stray bullet. Despite there being two of them, the ensigns are on the back foot, constantly having to duck back into cover as the attacker returns fire. What could you do now? You draw the gun. Oh my god, wait! I should have saved! Cause like the item button lit up! The item button lit up and I was like, wait, I can use an item? Oh my god, that was not my intention. Okay, anyway, you draw the gun that you'd stuffed inside your jacket and flick the safety off. Making sure you aim high so as not to hit Cassie, you pivot around the corner. See your opportunity, and you fire. Watch your shots impact on the attacker, running up her suit and striking her helmet, but she remains standing, totally unfazed. Begin to squid the trigger again. When? What? What? Huh? Cassie? What the? What? But how? Twin? You pivot back around the corner just in time to avoid a slew of shots. What? Is that... Kin? Can't be! Whatever. Shifting his weight, Hansen prepares to fire around the corner, unperturbed by this latest development. No! Huh? You dive into Hansen, forcing his gun upwards. A trail of bullet hole marks the ceiling. Don't shoot! Get up it! Chris, they're moving! As Hansen shoves you off, you watch Cassie throw... Cassie! over her shoulder and disappear through the hangar entrance. What the hell is happening?
Hey, stop!
You spring up and sprint after the two of them falling through the open doors. You barge past the ensigns and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down to the bottom. Stop right there! You yell as you burst into the hangar, gun drawn. Stood in front of the huge massive machine and foam, staring back at you is Cassie. Is what looks like Cassie. Despite her appearance, there's no recognition of you in her eyes. The usual joy permeates her entire being is absent. The thing stood in front of you as a facade, nothing more. Who are you? What do you want? You glance to her side and see Cassie. You're Cassie. Slumped beside the silent imitator. Cassie! You raise your gun and level it at the duplicate, but your hands are shaking too much to stare down the sights at the face of your beloved. Just give her back and I won't shoot! A slight movement catches your eye and you look past your target at the entombed craft behind her. What the hell? Fragments of foam cut through the air around you as the machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. You're thrown back by the impact of its legs on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over her face, and throw her over her shoulder before retreating up the machine's leg. Within seconds, the pair disappears inside a hatch atop the craft that closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking off the wall behind you when you feel a sudden rush all around you, drawing you forward. Grab onto the catwalk's railing just in time. What the? The hangar door is opening. You brace yourself against the air whipping past you, doing your best not to get dragged along with it into space. It's me. Cool man, what the hell's going on? You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him and Haru hanging onto the hangar's entryway. Get back here! This whole place is depressurizing! They've taken Cassie! We've got to get her out of there! You shout back, the torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you say them. What are you talking about? Get over here! Oh my god. Feel the machine step reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the gun dog. Give it up, cool man! She's gone! Get back here! Cassie had been taken. Whatever that machine was, whoever its pilot was, she was with them now, hurling away from the ship. Hansen and Haru remained clinging onto the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire on the craft. It's up to me. I've got to. I must. We're already here. I must save her. Can't just let her go. She needs me, but I'll have to. I need to save her! It's up to me! If I don't, no one else will, but... to save her, I'd have to... the trauma! Overcome your trauma! I have to save her! She needs me! She's counting on me! This is it! I'm going to... save Cassie! Don't let what happened in Calite get to you. You got this. You're a strong woman, Isla Coleman. I'm going to save Cassie! You turn and bring your right leg up over the railing. Coleman, don't! The ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and are snatched away by the vacuum. You just about manage to grab onto Juno as you fly past it. Your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the force. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit.
fighting against the rush of air that continued to buffet against you as you input the series of commands to open the hatch. As soon as it's open, you clamber inside and grab the emergency oxygen mask, sealing it over your face as you activate the armored frame. Hitting the combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell in vibrations as the system throughout the cockpit are illuminated one by one. Buffet. Slowly grip the flight sticks and squeeze briefly, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. I'm in. As you push down on the pedals, the Juno walks forward and you direct it to grab a machine gun from a nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. Oh, animation. Cool. You peer at the main monitor, trying to locate the enemy craft amongst the stars, but are distracted by it as a window opens on the screen to your left and a shrill voice yells at you from the monitor. No, it's gonna be Vanessa. Oh my gosh, it is her. You! In the Juno! I haven't given anyone permission to launch. What? Lieutenant Coleman? What are you doing in there? You're supposed to be locked in your quarters. Get back up here, now! Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? You're not leaving the ship, you traitor. I'll get out there and get out of there and get to your quarters now. If you don't, I'll... You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. Nice. Couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You're done worrying. Nothing to fear anymore. Everything you did, now you did for you. For Cassie. This is Lieutenant Isla Coleman. Cadillac 5. Launching! Yeah, bye! Slam both flight sticks forward, just as you'd watch Hansen do during his duel against the machine, sending the Juno tearing through space towards where you'd last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are! Lock on! You force the controls as far forward as they will go, demanding every last ounce of thrust available from the engines. Cockpit begins to judder around you, but you don't let up. As the gap between your armored frame and the machine closes, it quickly comes within visual range, and you notice it remaining still, almost like it had been suspended in space. In front of it, you see a strange shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had already been torn. You're not going anywhere. With a twist of the flight sticks, the Juno banks right and you bring yourself around in a wide arc, building up speed until... Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact and you taste blood in your mouth, but you manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising its machine gun towards the enemy. Now! You're not able to get a shot of the craft blasts away before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, which means I need to drink water. Determined not to let it escape, you thrust the flight sticks forward again and you're forced back against the seat as the Juno hurtles after the target. You can hear the engines begin to whine and the main monitor is full of warning and alerts, but you keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly you gain on the strange craft, and as soon as you're within range, you squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's machine. No magazine. Each round slams into the enemy, the sustained series of impacts throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from, you threaten, beginning the process to reload your gun. With a grim grin, you focus the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns its snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly with a telltale bolt of energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet down on the pedal, trying to hold the Juno before it's caught in the deadly beam. Goodbye! My arm! Through luck more than skill, you managed to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno clean in half, but now alarms filled the cockpit and your warning fire monitors, and you realize the armored frame's left arm had been seared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space, its fine calibrations now thrown up by the loss of the limb. Manage to reorientate yourself only to see the enemy's cannons pulsing with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. No! Damn it! Oh my god. Is it insane? Surprised you lasted this long, cool man. Not a bad effort for your first flight. Gonna catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though. Hansen, what are you doing out here? Saving your dumbass. What does it look like? Ah! Why the hell did you chase that thing out here? I told you it's taken Cassie! Such a sap, Lieutenant. But you got guts! Never thought I'd see the day when you stood up for yourself. You want to rescue your queen? Get moving. I'll keep it here. Right. Let's go! As soon as Hansen disappears from your monitor, his Juno is behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you thrust over to the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into a gap between its armor. The actuators in the Juno's shoulders screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Oh. Cassie! Let's go! Wait, am I fine like that? Wait, she's alive? Oh. Oh. Cassie! Isla! You pull Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, clutching the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. There's no time for flirting! If it was possible, you never let Cassie go again, but with a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. Cassie, are you alright? I think so. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise you can't see anything that worries you. Come on, I'm taking us back to the gun dog. You push off the cockpit ceiling and land in the pilot's seat. Bring her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourself back in and take a firm grip of the flight sticks. Hold on tight. We'll be there in no time. You gently push forward on the controls, easing the Juno's engines back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far into your neck as she can, given that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. Gundog grows larger from your screen as you slowly fly towards it. The enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie is back with you. Everything is alright again. There might still be things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie is safe beside you. You let another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. Instead, you relax, loosening your grip on the twin six and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up to slowly stroke her hair. Your armored frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engine's vibrations and both of you breathing softly. Isla. You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who is still burying her face in the crook of your neck. She spoke so softly, you weren't even sure if she actually said anything until she begins to speak again. Where's Hansen? Hey, bring him back on the screen. What's going on, Isla? I remember getting taken to my choir and there was this woman, gunshots, now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere. I could feel what she wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away. From you, from everyone. Continue to gently stroke her hair, your fingers working through the strands to run gently down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments, but eventually take your free arm to bring it around her shoulder, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. But whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. I promise. You can feel a gentle pull on the fabric of your shirt as Cassie balls her hands into a fist, clenching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, Isla! Ah! Hug. Flashback. There's no choice. I love you too.
That's the first time you've said that to me. What? You've been girlfriends for like years now? This is the first time you say I love you? Wow, Cassie, I'm hurt. I'm hurt, Cassie. Itayo. Cassie draws her hands back from behind you and presses her palms against her chest, her face still hidden. You stare down at her, your heart full. As you gaze down at her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of her shirt in her hands as she balls them into a fist. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for just a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it too. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking you in the eyes, hers moist with tears. Isla. What the hell? Another one! What the hell is happening? Damn it! Before you can react, this new crap, identical to the one you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs, clasping tightly around the Juno's torso. You fight with the controls, causing the armored frame's engine to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Dalton! Dalton! Anyone! Help! With alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screens, it's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out of the rift in front of you, but even that is straining the Juno's engine to the point where you know they can't take much more. Just go, Isla! What, Cassie? I can't leave you! It's me they want! I can feel it! Tears of joy that had filled the corners of her eyes now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue boy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps your chest. You have to. They won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no! You take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win, but you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. If they're taking you, they gotta take me with you! They're taking me too! You grab Cassie with one arm and slam those flight sticks forward, sending you speeding towards a sheer in space. With a roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. She won't be alone. Wow. Oh. Isla. Come on, wake up, Isla. That's it. Wake up. You're alive. You're alive. Wait, what? Huh? I thought I lost you. Cassie? Oh, darling, thank God. Welcome back to the land of living, Lieutenant. What? That's a whole carton of smokes you owe me, Chris. What's... yeah, whatever. Didn't think the Lieutenant was gonna be this tough. I guess you're full of surprises, huh, Coleman? What's going on? Me and Chris had a bet on whether you were going to make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. He figured you'd use all your luck up. Not me though, Lieutenant. I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing you've got serious guts recently. That's obviously not what she's asking about. As Cassie and the ensign squabble, you try to marshal your thoughts and memories. Everything feels disconnected. Jumbled. Simply thinking feels like trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was this rip in space or something. I went into it and... You saved me! That's what happened. You sit up and place your face in your hands, massaging your temples with your thumbs to try to get rid of the feeling your thoughts might fall out at any moment, huh? Hey, I think you meant that I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I saw you charge headfirst into one of those weird glowing things. Didn't know what was gonna be in there, but knew you wouldn't survive if I left you to it. So like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Kin back out, brought you here. You'd do the same for me, right? Reach out and grab the nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, sensation of head being flooded with thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself, but keeping focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of water that's been filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this...
Take it slow, honey. Don't rush.
You're sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you were stood, but tripped, falling unceremoniously to the catwalk and slamming your forearms and knees onto the walkway.
Hyla, are you okay?
Alright, only so much of this I can watch. Come on, Kin, I'll grab Coleman. Let's get her up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort her out.
Right, thanks.
I mean, there's like one Juno is missing. Hatton comes over you and brings her arm up over his shoulders, hoisting you up without much delicacy as you head towards the hangar's exit. Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hansen and begin to make your way up towards the four-side thoroughfare, each step becoming easier as you will yourself. So wait, who's the captain, huh? Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, Isla, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later. What happened? Don't worry about that right now, honey. Huh? You look around the four-side thoroughfare and see everything looking shockingly normal. You didn't know what you were expecting to be out of the ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare as it had always been, its same liminal peacefulness soundtracked by the gentle hum of the ship's system, made you feel reassured. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. Takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. Alright, take a seat, you two. I'll grab some coffee. It's just a dream. You sit down still, woozy, as Hansen orders 2 coffee from the vendmate. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing your back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. Me too! My head's also spinning, guys. There you go. Take it easy and drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartholomew has a lot of questions for... Captain Bartholomew! What? What the hell? Captain Bartholomew? But what about... there you are, Lieutenant Commander Kin, Lieutenant Coleman. Oh, ma'am. Ma'am. At ease, you two. But Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? What about Lord? Lord? Ah yes, Lieutenant Lord's little dalliance would command. Thanks to Chief Cathars, that's been dealt with. The Chief? Something I can help you with, Lieutenant? Captain Bartholomew said that you dealt with Lieutenant Lord? I resent being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log. Thank you very much. Lord! You spring to your feet, your head snapping back between 2 ensigns, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you? Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to apologize. Come now, Lieutenant, let's hear you say it. Apologize. It seems that based on your actions in the four-side thoroughfare, your actions out in space, what I was told by the crew, I made a mistake. So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain, Lieutenant Kin, everyone. It's that easy? It's just a dream. What?
Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. I've been so zonked on painkillers, I've slept through almost everything. What has been going on?
Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That was very big of you. So then, I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Put this behind us? The sensation of being lost in the shoal of your own thoughts return, and you can barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes, the captain agrees to move on? Really? Are you alright, Lieutenant Coleman? You're not looking very well. Captain, just what is going on? This is all so I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever happened to you out in Spain seems to still be having something of an effect. You could probably do with eating something. Now there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together as a crew? Chief Cathays, gather everyone up, would you? I'm on it, ma'am. Alright then, who's first? A loud noise like a combustion of a growl and gurgle fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie.
Well, it has been a while since I last ate anything. Any chance of a burger?
Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite, a pineapple salad. Ew. Unless I'm mistaken?
Oh wow, I didn't know you knew. That's perfect, Captain, thanks.
Never thought you'd see the captain happily begin ordering meals for the crew from the bedmate, but she does that, listening to Cassie's instruction on burger preference. Slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning something. This all had to be a dream. Hey, Lieutenant, good to see you. Oh, Dylan, hey. Pretty crazy watching you go toe-to-toe with that thing out there. Fought almost as well as Hansen. No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but the Lieutenant's got nothing on me. Lieutenant Coleman! Commander Kid! You're safe! I was worried about you guys. That thing looked up.
Ah, thanks, Cadet. But you had nothing to worry about. My hero, Isla, was here to save me.
There we are, Commander.
Thanks, Captain.
With the noise of the entire crew's chatter filling the mess hall, find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up, instead flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, a memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't...
Huh? What do you mean?
Your stomach. Remember the doctor said... Everything was just a simulation. I should be in a coma. I don't... This is the afterlife! Yep, we're seeing the afterlife. There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Coleman. I made a mistake in my diagnosis. The synthetic food was not the issue. Dr. Rosaram, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor! Once again, bolt out of seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead!
I saw you! We saw you! You can't be here!
I understand. No one else on this ship is qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as I... What? But I... Hey, come on, Lieutenant. You're killing the mood. That's fine. We'd be up and walking about if it wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, Coleman.
Are you feeling okay, honey? You wanna go to sickbay for a lie down?
No. Yeah, honey. Call me honey.
Do you want a little lap? Be quiet, Ensign Chris. Tish.
Your mind is maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. Everybody died. But it's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that?
Come on, honey, have some fries.
Shake your head after the offer, placing your head back in your hand. Cassie stops rubbing her back and although quickly begins to eat her fries with her spare hand. Crew eventually starts to chatter amongst themselves again while Captain Maris takes order and retrieves meals from the bedmate, serving them with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Oh, before I get started my meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with one thing.
Sure, Captain, what's up?
Ship's emergency input codes, are they generated or adjusted regularly? Is it specifically prior to departure?
Why would she ask that? Yeah! Oh, come on, Captain, you know that. You're the only one that sets them after all. Well, it's initially prior to departure, then every...
What the hell is happening with the music? Every 5 days or per enemy encounter, whichever comes first. Of course, thank you, Commander.
No problem.
Since the captain asked, Quinn.
Oh, yes, Vanessa?
At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance prior to announcing we intend to dock at the colony? What are these questions?
Oh, that's so specific, I mean.
And once we're cleared... Once we've been cleared for approaches of docking, Is our document confirmation signature specific to the chip, or does it depend on the combination of factors?
Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that.
What's the makeup of the Europa garrison force?
Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now if you don't mind. This is the imposter.
What's the target time for a colony defense force mobilization?
Well,
You look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in their eyes. Does the JUCF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network?
guys.
What frequencies are emergency requests transmitted on? What are you asking this for?
Guys!
How extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities? Leave her alone! Guys!
What the hell?
Voice 1. Another failure? Which incompetent calibrated this engram harvester? It's not subtle enough. We have been having difficulties with ensuring that the harvesting process is suitably... I don't care what you're having difficulties with. Rewrite the program to be more congruent with the query context, then run it again. Understood. We've had enough time to develop this. These failure rates are inexcusable. We've got these gather clones. Clones! Neutral pathways mapped out. This should be simple. It's bad enough that Unit 00's jump drive malfunctioned. Are you telling me we can't even get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we'll have more time to finesse the systems before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample. The one the hunter captured along the scatter? Oh, her. I'd hope that having her in the simulations with the gather might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Unfortunately, since her DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, we can't run a specific engram harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully, through a recent event again, from her perspective could uncover some more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything pertinent, notify me immediately. Understood. And then one more thing. Do you have the output of the engram harvest we carried out on the additional subject? Confirm. It's been archived. Under which digital lobe? It's in the default mode network. Note? What's this? What do the numbers mean? Eh? Huh? Am I stuck here? Now run this one again. Once you've started her engram harvest, you can do the same with the others. Understood. Oh. 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 It was just all a simulation. Admiral Fairwater. Now that we're all here, we can begin. As was decided yesterday, this is to be the final day of the inquiry into the events that happened onwards at JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. Our finding today will dictate the JCF's future actions around the matter, as well as what is to be done with the ship's crew. Guards, please bring Miss Maris Bardamus to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Bardamus. It's my pleasure, Admiral. Now, Miss Bardamus, we've gone over everything that happened on board the Gundog following its departure from this colony on April 19th up until the 24th. That was short. The last task of this inquiry is to find out what happened following Miss Lord's adjustment to the command structure up until your return to Europa 01. I trust we'll have your full cooperation in this matter. Hasn't that already been demonstrated? A yes or a no, Miss Bardamus? Yes, Commodore. Thank you. So we understand that the main effort to counter Miss Lord's mutiny was made by Chief Engineer Cassie and Lieutenant Coleman. Is that right? Yes, that's the long and short of it. He said that the two of you have found enough information to prove that none of the accused had anything to do with any treasonous actions.
What happened after that? Well, we finally got as much of it figured out as we could. We were going to take it to the rest of the crew, get them on side, and go confront Lord. Before we could go anywhere, though, we heard gunshots. Lieutenant Coleman went running off to see what was happening. Couldn't get close because of the bullets flying everywhere. Things calmed down for a second, and I saw Lieutenant and the ensigns running into the hangar after whoever had been shooting things up. And from your position, could you tell why this attacker wasn't apprehended by security? It's like I told you already. Kin's weird twin was packing some serious firepower. Rumley and I were pinned down. We could barely get a shot in. And I know I got some shot in. My aim's good. But whatever body armor she was wearing, it's like she didn't even notice. I see. So after this, the lieutenant and the unidentified attacker, who you stated was carrying an unconscious Lieutenant Commander Kin, they made their way to the hangar, whereupon they both launched in separate crafts. Yeah, that's right. Why were they allowed to launch? It wasn't my fault! I did everything I could stop them from launching, but none of my controls were responding. They must have hacked the system to override my authority or something. It's the only explanation. I bet they did it ahead of time. There was no way I could have known. Even if you had control of the systems, we were under the impression that the hostile craft had been secured. Was this, or was this not the case? Well, the thing is that... Cadet Grange, can you answer the question? Why hadn't the craft been secured? The craft had been secured. Until it managed to break out, I'd had bet my life that nothing could get through Cadet Grange compound. The stuff was almost impenetrable. I'd be surprised if the team working on the gun dog right now has got anywhere near removing the cargo crates that were stuck in it. If that stuff didn't stop it, then there was nothing else on the ship that could have. So the enemy craft was able to escape the restraining compound and leave the ship after the hangar controls were overridden. Considering that Lieutenant Coleman was, at the time, supposed to be confined in the suspicion of treason, how were they allowed to board on Juno? Hey, we didn't know the lieutenant had gone anywhere until she came down running the hall in the middle of a firefight. She made a jump for it before we could stop her. Chris tried to grab her, but the lieutenant was gone before he got anywhere near. Surprised the lieutenant didn't just get sucked into space pulling a crazy stunt like that. And what happened after the lieutenant made her way into space? I mean, I was able to track her and that weird thing after they launched, but they were moving so fast and so close together I couldn't get a good lock on either of them. Lord was ordering me to take them both out, but before I could line anything up, Chris was out there in Gundog 01. Do you know who gave Chris permission to launch? No one gave me permission to launch. But you think I'm just gonna hang around and watch an amateur like Lieutenant Coleman get torn to pieces because she can pilot worth a damn? No way, Coleman showed some guts, and I wasn't gonna let her die after she finally grew a spine. He's a good guy. I went out there to give the lieutenant a bit of help. So the two of you were able to defeat the enemy craft together? Of course Chris was able to take it out. What do you think we dragged back into a hangar for you guys? Might be in a few pieces, but those tech nerds love a challenge, right? But the lieutenant didn't return with you. Why not? Because she disappeared, that's why not. She sold out her friend and used them to cover her escape. Huh? The lieutenant and Kin are probably off plotting against us right now. We're not here for speculation, Miss Lord. We're here for facts. You're confident they disappeared? They didn't disappear. Our records show that shortly after retrieving Lieutenant Commander Kin, that they were preparing to return to the Gundog when another enemy craft appeared. Gundog 01 was still busy with the original craft, and with a damaged Juno, the lieutenant was in no position to fight back. Then what happened? Where'd they go? Well, I can't say for sure, but it was like they were dragged off somewhere. Dragged off? That's what it looked like, but I think it may actually been a boson jump. A what? A boson jump, Commodore. If you think about how our HFDD works by wrapping the space around the ship to allow it to move in significant distances, then a boson jump does something similar but connects two unique points in space, letting a craft move directly from one point to another. All theoretical, of course. The energy. Alright, thank you, engineer. But even if you were able to detect indications of a space warp, even if it was non-standard, why did the Gundog not head out in pursuit? Well, that's when the power went. What? It went out again? That's insanity. That's insanity. It was like what's happened on 23rd with the Gundog and the O'Brien. If we'd been any closer to the electromagnetic pulse, we would have overloaded our key systems and we'd have been fried. Wait, guys, I remember something. The second in command in the O'Brien was missing. What if the second in command was also a Cassie clone? We never actually got to find the second in command. We only found the captain and the first in command. But we didn't get to find the second in command. It could have been a Cassie clone on the O'Brien as well. Yeah, bye, Yeah, bye, Okay, makes sense. We would be closer to the electromagnetic pulse would have overloaded the key system and we'd all been fried. So the ship was immobilized. What did you do then? Guess I was just lucky. Holding on to that trash machine must have shielded me or something. Once the lieutenant disappeared into that freaky light show, I dragged the record back to the Gundog. We got the power back online, then slunk back here, tail between our legs. Who ordered the return of Europa 01, Miss Lord? No, that was my idea. How were you able to regain command from Miss Lord? Engineer Cathers took the opportunity to free me from my quarters whilst ensigns were distracted. I helped her reactivate the engines and then after that, I met with the crew and informed that the original command structure was back in effect. After that, I had a polite discussion with Miss Lord where I informed her that I was resuming control of the ship. And was she receptive to this? Well, aside from her use of physical force, it was an abuse of power, plain and simple. I wasn't given the opportunity to state my case. There was no hearing. I was immediately confined to my quarters. As soon as this inquiry is over, I want to open a grievance against Maris Bartholomews. Thank you, Miss Lord, but at the moment, we just want to know if you're aware of what happened after you were confined. I'm sure you must have all the information you need on that from the ship's log, Commodore. For the benefit of the inquiry, Miss Bartholomews. From that point, the Gundog's journey back to Europa 01 was uneventful and everything occurred as expected. We returned to the colony, immediately notified commands of the craft in our hangar. I submitted my report on the events that had taken place since our departure. And here we are. Thank you, Miss Bartholomews. Inquiry will be adjourning whilst we go over our findings. We'll be notified as soon as we have come to an agreement on our verdict. Guards, please escort Miss Bartholomews back to the holding cells. The Cassie that took our... Cassie was the second in command, right? Because it came from the O'Brien, right? Like the robot came from the O'Brien. With the exception of some spurious accusations from Miss Lord, it seems that the crew are all giving relatively consistent testimonies. What do you think, Admiral? Losing someone like Cassandra Quinn is a catastrophe. She was only a lieutenant commander, but she's worked on a multitude of different ships, bases, and installations. In terms of her institutional and process knowledge, if she was interrogated, there's no saying how much the enemy would be able to learn from her. They might already done that. We've been getting reports of attacks on various frontiers outposts with similar patterns to what happened on the Gundog. Hey! Loss of power, sudden illnesses among command structure, attackers appearing out of nowhere, list of officers with loss is already way too long. Female officers. Captain? Just something I noticed, Admiral. All the officers missing are women. It's Cassie! It's just clones of Cassie! It's just a clone of Cassie. Whatever's going on, we can't let it continue. The inquiry into the event aboard the JFS Gundog will now reconvene. Guards, please bring in Miss Bartholomews. Welcome back, Miss Bartholomews. It's once again a pleasure, Admiral. We'll be brief. After reviewing the testimonies of you and the crew that served under you, as well as the ship's log and recordings, we have come to our conclusion regarding your future within the JCF. Maris Bartholomews, I appreciate your unusual circumstances, but it must be acknowledged that you lost control of your vessel. Because of this, we will not be reinstating your rank as a captain. I see. But due to your experience with the issue that the Gundog and her crew face, you will be acting as a special advisor on a newly formed task force on board its lead ship, the Sylvestris. This rapid response unit will be responsible for handling an increase in similar events to those that impacted the JFS Gundog and the JFS O'Brien. A stipulation of this position is that you will be partaking in the mandatory psychotherapy with the ship's medical staff for the duration of your role. Understood, Admiral. Thank you. With regard to Hans and Chris, for participating in the mutiny... Whoa! Dishonorably charged, discharged, and facing a minimum of 10 years in prison. However, due to your performance in combat and experience with these new enemy machines, you will be serving as a pilot in a new task force. This role is non-negotiable. In addition, you will be kept under supervision and your time as part of the task force is in lieu of time served. This will also be the case for Hiro Romney. Hey, won't see me complaining. As for Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays, she deserves a promotion. Transferred to JFS Silvestries where you will act as its Chief Engineer. Okay. The Silvestries will serve as the flagship of a new task force. Because of this, we are removing... What? Removing Cadet Dalton Grange from your instruction? But... Instead, Cadet Grange, you will be transferred to JCF R&D Department where you will receive appropriate support to develop your new compound into a viable weapon. Oh, this is great. Great news. Thank you, ma'am. That's great. That's... Moving on to Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. You have reviewed your request and have decided it is in the JCF's best interest to give you an honorable discharge from the fleet. Good call, ma'am. Your stipend and freedom are, of course, dependent on you ensuring that you do not disclose any information about what happened. Consider the matter highly classified. Don't worry about that, ma'am. Not planning on thinking about this anytime soon. As for Miss Lord, typically a mutiny against her commanding officer would result in your execution. What? Oh, all the evidence is... Quiet, please, Miss Lord! However, we do understand that due to the rapid development and confusing nature of events, it did appear that the crew of the ship could have been involved in the conspiracy. That had been confirmed as the case, you would have followed that appropriate protocol by removing Captain Bartholomew from command. Given this, the inquiry has decided to be lenient. You will be instead placed under house arrest, pending further investigation. She should have been executed, but whatever. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Almost forgot. Doctor... What?! I thought I was dead! Oh, okay. There we go. Due to his death in the line and Jody... Okay. Wait, what?! Due to his death in the line of duty, he will be giving a posthumous 2-rank promotion. Oh god. What? As we have been unable to contact any next of kin, the doctor will issue a public service before his ashes are spread and the... Okay, he's dead. Okay, he's dead after all. This judgment hereby concludes the inquiry into the events that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. That was great. All decisions are effective immediately. You are... One question before I leave, ma'am. That gets you promoted fast. Yeah. Sad life. Society. Oh, Bartholomews, go ahead. What is the plan regarding Lieutenant Coleman and Lieutenant Commander Kidd? I can assure you, Captain, finding those two is a top priority for us. I see. Thank you, Captain. As I was saying... You are dismissed. I finished the game. Congratulations. Thank you. What about me? I'm dead. All that effort. Don't worry, Isla-sama will find you. Okay, Whole Knights, that's your next mission. Find my body in space. This is so asking for a sequel. This would be nice if this game had a sequel. I feel like there's so many things still unexplained. I don't know. Like, how did the power got shut down? Where did the what was up with the clones?
Or I wonder if there's like multiple endings. I gotta search. Stories of Soul endings. Is there only... Is that all? It's just a single ending. No. There's only a single ending. Things must be different if we don't rescue Cassie. Yeah. Why the route choice? I have no idea. Wait, no, there are two endings. It's more so the game has a single ending. Oh, regardless, it only has a single ending. There's like two endings, but like it's just the same, kinda. Okay. I don't get it. I don't get it. Illusion of choice, maybe. The illusion of choice. Oh my god, guys. 6 hours. Oh, 6 hours full of dialogue reading, and I still feel like I'm just left in the air with like many questions for the whole span of 6 hours. Game just got released. Yeah, it was released just last month. Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries. ずっと reading だったね. Yeah, I've been reading for so long, but hey, that's one series finished. 2 6-hour stream in 2 days, a new record. Really? I mean, we've had that during Fields of Mysteria, but not in a row. Oh my god, that means I've done an accumulative 12-hour stream already since yesterday. Oh my goodness. Alright, time to set up a raid. I'm certain they'll make a sequel. Yeah, there's so many things unexplained yet. For sure, they have to make a sequel. And you, thank you for playing. See you again. See you again on the Gundam soon. See you again. See you again. There's gonna be a sequel, guys. There's gonna be a sequel. Okay, I'm gonna set the redirect. I'm hungry. Oh, Nana is streaming. There's Raider. Oh, guys, I'm gonna pass out. That was 6 hours of reading. That's a long stream. Sorry to keep you up, but I'm happy. I'm glad we got to finish the game. Let me remove the low quality. Chotomate. Automate. Oh, give me a second. Oh. How do I remove the low quality? There we go. HG! You missed me? Oh. Good job narrating. Well, I messed up on a few words, but we finished the game. Oh my gosh, that was too long. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, thank you guys for watching me today. Kita kaya arigato. It's been long. There's no more sunlight. It's dinner time. Oh, that was a long stream. Oh, I could just sleep now. I have work though. Oh, man. Speaking of like reports in the game, I gotta make my own report at work too. Yeah, bye. Be sure to eat some good food. Yeah, I'm hungry. I didn't even snack. I didn't even eat anything. I know the Pokemon streams were long, but I had something to eat. But now I'm not eating anything. Bed rot for a bit. Yeah, I need to lay down. My back hurts. I don't know. I've had like back pains again, but not like the whole back. It's more of like
the muscle knots in the shoulders. It hurts. My shoulder, the shoulder, the back shoulders kind of hurt. I need to lay down. Posture check. Okay. Ah! I wanna sleep. Get KFC? I should. I will. I mean, it's already nighttime. I don't have time to prepare food or anything. And I'm too lazy to go out. I just want to lay down. Might as well get Uber Eats. KFC for delivery. Crack, crack, crack. I'm gonna rest now. It's been a long stream, but thank you everybody for joining me today. 来てくれてありがとうございます。Thank you, Dog the Undying. Thank you, thank you. Isla-sama, your hairstyle's so cool. Thank you. Was feeling a little extra today, so I have a new hairstyle. Good luck on princess duties. Thank you. Yeah, I need some good food to fuel my brain up. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Sorry to keep you up. Have a good rest after this. And, I think this will be our last stream this week. That's like at 1 p.m. JST. I have one last stream tomorrow, which is gonna be nighttime. It's 11 p.m. JST, members only. So for members, you can catch that. And for everybody else, 2 days consecutive Twitter space on Thursday and Friday because I will be away from my PC. So thank you again for joining me today. 来てくれてありがとうございます. I'm gonna rest my voice now. I'm gonna rest everything. I just need 30 minutes to lay down. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a great day. お疲れ様でした. Bye bye. Good night. Goodbye. See you.